with that, let's say hi to YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Welcome on in. Appreciate you guys being here. Guys, give me a hell yeah. Give me a hell yeah if you're on YouTube as well, ladies and gentlemen. As we're about to jump straight into this, I'm so fucking hyped, guys. Welcome to Mushoku Tensei Sunday. It is almost the last Sunday before our 6-month break. Also, welcome on in, Chirat. Appreciate you. Yeah. I think as much as we hate on or as much as there are people out there that are like, oh man, this is really, really long. You guys will miss it. A 6-month break is a long break. And even I feel like I'm going to miss doing like a lot of the Mushoku Tensei deep analysis and stuff. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to continue on. And as always, guys, I'm not your therapist. I love you. I'm not your psychologist. I love you to death. I am here to go ahead and analyze the characters, the behaviors of the characters, the world they're in, even through a sociological lens, because guess what? Psychology does learn a little bit of sociology as well. And through that, I want to go ahead and emphasize this as well, which is when it comes to everything that's being said here, the Discord is a supportive community for anyone from any anime. We don't believe in tribalism. We won't attack any creator out there. Our job is not to be there and either extreme promo other people or extreme hate on people. Cause no, our whole thing is to go ahead and make it a safe space for people to be able to enjoy shows, talk about their shows in a respectful manner, and be open to going in deep about their shows and why they like those shows without being like, ugh, you like Mushoku Tensei or anything like that. Because absolutely not. I enjoy a lot of the shows that we watch, and this is why I'm highlighting this right here, right now. Through that, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you all. I'm so fucking hyped. And I want to start off by answering one question. Guys, I got this one last week. Why do you show your peer-reviewed research? Because a lot of people seem to think that there is no psychology or psychological elements in Mushoku Tensei. There are a lot of people out there with their bachelor's degree that are like, oh, you should be relating to Rudius because Rudius is unbelievable, not dude, I'm sorry, I hate to put it this way, but undergrad psychology is just the base foundation for what's to come. When you start growing into your master's and your doctorate's degree, there's a huge thing called unconditional positive regard, otherwise known as Carl Rogers' main theory for any form of therapeutic practice or psychological practice, which is, i.e., you take a person's narrative, their story, for what it's worth, and you go off of that. I want to go ahead and clarify that because there's psychological elements in everything. Whether it's ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, Made in Abyss, you can study behavior. You can study 101 other elements from it and go from it. However, today, guys, I got a little spicy one because some people keep making fun of Rudius and keep making fun of ED. And they don't seem to understand how ED can affect a person or how even attachment can affect a person's ability for sexual behavior. So we're starting off with our peer-reviewed intro here because we're not going to go ahead and spend time arguing with the comment section. That's a little out there for me. Are insecure attachment styles related to risky sexual behavior? An analysis. Here's the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can read this for yourself. That is from NCBI. Insecure attachment styles are related to risky sexual behaviors, and the correlation between attachment anxiety and having multiple partners is stronger than the average of participant increases when the study is specifically at an at-risk population. At-risk populations being either teenagers or individuals who are in substances or adults or so on and so forth. Let's move on to another one. In case you guys don't know what that means, it means if you're an anxious or insecure in your attachment style, in how you attach to other people, you're more than likely willing to go ahead and have multiple partners, go out there with the riskier behavior. Next one. Anxiety and attachment and sexual relationships in adolescence, a moderated mediation model. Let's go all the way down. Hold on. Is this one? Oh, that's right. This is okay. Here we go. I found it. This study provides preliminary relevant results about the relationship among attachment characteristics, symptomatic expression, and sexual life dimension. Here we provide evidence of the relevant role of anxiety in attachment relationships, which could presumably be considered a risk factor for anxiety in sexual relationships, and how this is influenced by anxiety symptoms expressed mostly by female adolescents. Otherwise known, in case you guys are wondering, it's not just female adolescents, but adolescents in general. This is why there's a big push towards what is it called? Well, I never have the. That's crazy. Yeah, this is why we have a big push towards like, hey, you know what? Like safe sex. This is why you should have condoms. This is why you should, because guess what? You're in that role where it's like, where's Senor Pinguino? Senor Pinguino, where the fuck did you go? Hold on, hold on. Where the fuck is Senor Pinguino when we need him? Oh no, did Senor Pinguino leave the set already? Fine, I'll use Albedo. This is why we get individual to like, oh, this is Albedo-chan. She's beautiful. She's wonderful. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna go ahead and be with her, and she's not gonna let me go when we're doing the deed because she really wants to go ahead and keep me in this relationship. That type of a scenario, right? Because anxiety, when you're really, really anxious, you might have the ability, or insecure in your attachment style, you might try and keep a partner with you by any means necessary, whether it's a guy or a girl, which is why, safe sex practices are pushed around. It's important to realize this because if we put this into the conclusion of what is Rudy, let's bring this up, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. I gotta quickly do these. So that I can pull my stuff up. What attachment style is Rudy, ladies and gentlemen? Especially if you've been through this with me for a while. What attachment style is Rudy? If you had to pick one, what attachment style is Rudy? Of even looking at other girls, being afraid of taking it the wrong way? Absolutely. He's anxious. He has an anxious attachment style. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Think about it this way. He finds someone that he can be with. He's going to try and anchor it down. He's going to try and go ahead and like keep this relationship down. According to these studies, it's showing that like there is significant risk factors in those sexual relationships based off of an anxious attachment style. I don't even have to touch ED to be able to showcase that there's more of a risk in just his own attachment style with the way that he can form relationships. We're going on to the next one. The relationship between attachment styles with marital satisfaction. Uh-oh. All right, let's go down all the way down to the conclusion, because this is all their data. I would suggest reading through it if you have the chance. I am not going to go ahead and read the entire article. I'm sorry, but this is what you do when you're doing your master's thesis or doctoral thesis. You read the beginning, you read maybe the abstract, and you come down to the conclusion and see what they got out of it, and then you might go through the entire thing if you really liked what they went through. The relationship showed that early relationships within family environments supports a certain attachment style: avoidant, insecure, or ambivalent, anxious, insecure. And this affects couples' interpersonal relationships in adult. On the other hand, the effect of attachment styles on interpersonal relationships is far greater than that of lifestyle. I want to repeat that one more time. The results showed that the effect of attachment styles on interpersonal relationships is far greater than that of lifestyle. What that's highlighting is essentially, guess what? Growing up the way that this is why like me be like focusing so heavily on attachment psychology. Like I find attachment to be one of the biggest things. How we make friends and how those connections are ruptured affect us in almost every single way. Like in the way that we interact in the future, in the way that we make friendships, in the way that we continue going on forward. So even informing adult, like, think about it this way. We might have a range limit as to what we think is okay, but we already have attachment dissolutions, attachment issues altogether. That range is now to extremes, where we have to attach in one way or we have to attach to the other. And then you go back and you read the entire thing. So let's go into the final one. Sensual, erotic, and sexual behaviors of women and men from the kink community. Uh-oh. Ed, what the fuck did you go into? Wait a minute. I hear you all screaming. Hold on. We're going all the way down. This one I found interesting because I was doing a little bit like in my classes. I was reading up on this. And it was really, really interesting. These are the combined results. Due to your attachment style, due to the ability that you have, like, this is how your attachment style can affect even your sexual pleasure. Even the way that you enjoy certain things, right? So, looking at this, for example, depending on your attachment style and depending on whatnot, this is the total combined behavior as to what individuals liked, with a sample size of 1,580 people, touching 99.62%, kissing, licking, sucking, spanking, hair pulling, so on and so forth. You guys see all of the things in here. Interestingly enough, though, one of the big things that I was looking into, that I was trying to find, even in some studies, was like, because go looking in here, there's flogging, fellatio, grooming, stimulation, hickeys, you name it. There's 101 things in here. And interestingly enough, what I was really looking into was what is it called? Was like voyeuristic aspects, like how, like, a lot of people, you know, have this voyeuristic elements, and there is a significant amount of individuals that like it. There's also individuals that like breeding or like impregnation play. There's a lot of individuals that like, and so on and so forth. I can't go into the full words here because it's gonna break TOS. But like, looking at this, for example, let's look at some of these numbers real quick. Look, these are just percentage. Like, what they liked according to these individuals, right? According to men, cunnilingus, what they liked, 62.48% of women enjoyed it. Men only liked around 8.8%. Having done it by women is 62. Having done it by men is so on and so forth. As you go through, I strongly recommend checking this article out. Fantastic at being able to go ahead and see what people like based on their activities, based on so on and so forth. It's fantastic. Even like, look, hand, fellatio, stimulation, so on and so forth. It is all in here. Breeding, ingestion of whatever, it's all in here, guys. And it's interesting because something that appeared going through all of these articles was the more anxious you are, like, because there's a difference between being there and like having a partner and that you're open to doing certain things, right? Oh, okay, chat, please note it down. There's a difference between having a partner and being open to certain elements, right? Of like, hey, you know what? Let's try for a kid, or let's do certain thing, versus say two anxiously attached individuals coming together and then being like, we're each other's partners for life, right? We have to try this, and they'll keep pushing the boundary as to what's okay in order to keep their partner down, including, this is where a lot of breeding kinks start coming into play, where partners like, and I'm not just talking about like liking it, I'm talking about specifically wanting it, you know, because individuals are really anxious, and like, for them, this is a way of cementing their relationship. Really interesting. 110%. And this is a way to go ahead and showcase that, look, we've talked about trauma, we've talked about ED, we've touched a little bit on attachment styles, but now we're seeing how attachment styles affect sexual pleasure and sexual intercourse and whatnot. Is there yeah, I'll put the link in here. Hold on, I'll put the link on the Discord. Link is in the Discord, ladies and gentlemen, for that one, and I'll throw in other ones as well. I'll throw in all the articles on the Discord for you guys to be able to go ahead and see. That way you guys have the ability to go through it in your own time and check it all out, talking about the differences in attachment styles, in sexual pleasure, in 101 other aspects in there. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. No worries. Alice, how are you doing, by the way? I appreciate you being here. Horny brain cells go connected. But okay, chat, for this one, does this showcase another area as to, like, in future relationships, if Rudy continues being anxious or avoidant, how this might affect his sexual life or his sexual desire or whatnot? For me, it does. For me, looking in, it makes me wonder, like, in the future, if he's really anxious, he might try and keep a relationship down. He might do some perverted actions in order to try and go ahead and keep this relationship cemented. On the other hand, if he's avoidant, say that he goes into this relationship, he has like a heartbreak, a grief period or something, guess what he might do? Because some of the studies talk about extreme attachment and how can that can turn into grief and finding multiple partners. He might try and find another partner to try and soothe pain. Because this is what happens when someone has a lot of trauma. They go through extreme moments of anxiety to the point where, for them, sexual gratification or sexual importance are like highlighted. So you will have elements of a big shift in time. Also, thanks a bunch of Laineras for the one gifted sub. Appreciate it. Silver Crow, thanks so much for the gift, for the sub, man. Appreciate it. I feel like it's intrinsically tied to his relationships. I don't know, guys. I love to go ahead and showcase some cool things that we read. Alice, thanks so much for the sub. Oh my god, you're amazing. I might be misremembered, but the critical was the lack of correlation with communism. Oh no. Can't wait for you to see what happens in this episode. Guys, I'm so fucking hyped. I hope this helps you guys understand a little bit more about the elements of Rudy, his attachment style, and how that might affect sexual deviation and sexual attraction in general, and also what people are into. If you guys want to check out those articles, they are on the Discord right now, ladies and gentlemen, and they might be on the they might be thrown on. I'm not going to link them on YouTube because I might get in trouble. But yeah, guys, come and join us every Sunday. We will be here, especially for, I guess, the last Sunday of this core for this episode, ladies and gentlemen. So fucking hyped. Guys, are you ready? I hope that helps. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Lena, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate it. You're a fucking goat. Also, guys, I hate to ask this because there's some. I got to clarify one thing. There are some fucking random people out there. I read this comment earlier. I needed to address it. They're like, he's a psychologist. Why couldn't he get stuff earlier? Like all the equipment and other stuff earlier. You know that you're paid differently based on the state that you're in? Like, if I lived in, like, LA as a psychologist, sure, I would have no argument based on that. But when you live out in the fucking desert, where, like, you might be the only fucking psychologist out there, let's just say that the pay isn't necessarily the fucking greatest. Also, I want to go ahead and state this out there. I didn't even know how to build my own computer, bro. I had my own laptop and shit. I had a shitty laptop, bro, that I came from abroad with, and I didn't even know how to build a computer. It took chat and whatnot to help me realize, hey, this is what you need for streaming. Best way for me to say it, but I appreciate y'all. Y'all are fucking goats. If you guys do want to help out, though, I do have a throne, whatnot. No pressure, no nothing. It's just stuff that I'm trying to go ahead and build to better out my computer equipment, so on and so forth. Yeah, people can be ignorant. It is what it is, man. That's the reason why rural. Oh my god, I hate saying that word. It's so hard for me. Rural. Why don't you just wizard yourself a computer? True, actually, good argument. True. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm fucking hyped for this. Alice, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Ladies and gentlemen, our treat for the day is mango, chili, and chamoy. No fucking sponsorship here. I'm just trying to go ahead and keep myself a little spiced up for tonight. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's fucking go. Ruraru. Sharing is caring. Giddes, you want some, Mai? I'll share some with you. You're doing good? Oh, I'm glad. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into this, I know Doritos need to pay us for the sponsorship, bro. As we jump into this, give me a hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you love fucking Mushoku Tensei, give me a hell yeah. Drop some fucking Doritos. If you love fucking Nick Mayer and all the mods and whatnot for doing their job for keeping it spoiler free, give me a hell yeah. If you love Alice, give me a hell yeah. If you love Roxy and Sylphie, give me a hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump straight into this. I appreciate y'all. Fucking hyped. I don't know what else to say, ladies and gentlemen, other than let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go, brother. Let's go. Hey, Ed, I'm losing my mind when people don't understand the character and why they're... Oh, dude. Well, thank you. I'm glad that I've been able to help out with that at least, right? I am so glad. Who would ever love Nick? Mashe, you're amazing too, brother. Anyway, let's go.
久しぶりに目覚めた相棒のことが気がかりであまり眠れなかった。俺の脳内はすでにフィッツ先輩のことでいっぱいだったが、相棒は知らん顔だ。しかしこれどうやって治療に入ればいいんだろうか。
おはよう。
It's louder than you. Okay, I'll back it up. Hold on. There we go.
ございます。ルーク先輩。珍しいですね、こんな時間に。
フィッツのことで話がある。
Oh no.
僕は何も知りません。
ほう。何を知らない。
Oh no.
探りを入れているのか。
Let's back it up because there's actually a really important piece here. And I do want to ask this. Hold on. Chat, as we get into this, I do want to ask this. How many people are criticizing, and I'm curious about this, and this does relate to the show, are criticizing Rudy for his sexual deviancy, or maybe even thinking that, like, Fitz is just a means to an end type of thing, or Sylphie is a means to an end. Like, are there people that are thinking this? Because this comes from, that might be from like a personal perspective if they are believing that, rather than taking into consideration what sexual trauma does and the elements of power dynamics and power play through attachment that comes through with it. I have Twitter. I don't check Twitter because that's not how any of that work. That's not how any of that works, you know? I have seen too many people usually who dropped it now condemn the show. I honestly think it's grasping at straws for the sake of hate. It might be. It might be. Because my big element through this is like, if you take into consideration the whole picture, like for me, it's not that like, oh, she's gonna be this end all be all, like heal all. Because I have a feeling if Roxy was in there, Roxy could probably heal him in that way. Thanks so much for the follow, Michiro. Like if Roxy was in this academy, let's flip out Sophia for Roxy. Do you think that Rudy could heal himself in that way as well? People happy, let's go. I'm gonna be honest, probably yes. Because what he needs is an emotional attachment for growth. The same way a lot of people do. Because a lot of people confuse what love is versus like what sex is. And at times, having that emotional intimacy can make people get pretty hard, you know? Anyway, Roxy can heal Rudy. If Eris was there, there might be a bit of a trauma backlash. But at the same time, all she has to do is be like, you know, all she has to do is be like, I want your kittens, yeah. And Rudy would be like, oh, I've been waiting for this, you know, like. I don't know if Roxy could properly emotional support him. I just don't know on that. Kragon, I would actually say she could, because she's helped him get over some previous trauma. She's helped him take the first step out of the boundary thing when he was scared of being bullied. So I have a feeling that if she was in this environment, she could also help him take that first step towards even reflecting as to what it means to go, like grow and go through that, you know. Also, Roxy horny, being there, all of that, you know, probably could have similar effects to this. Anyway.
久しぶりに目覚めた相棒のことが気がかりであまり眠れなかった。俺の脳内はすでにフィッツ先輩のことでいっぱいだったが、相棒は知らん顔だ。しかしこれどうやって治療に入ればいいんだろうか。
Right there. Pinpointed right there. What is on his mind? His dick. You know, what is on his mind? Right? Oh, Fitz. Oh, you know, like, what a dickhead. Like his pee-pee, bro. Fitz senpai. How things react, how he can cure him, even though he already starts noticing aspects like this. I'm going to highlight this by throwing this out there, right? Which is individuals with trauma. If you have trauma brain, guess what your brain does? You might be... Okay, I'll ask this. How many of you do a bunch of side quests? How many of you, when you're playing a video game, do a bunch of side quests? A lot of people do. A lot of people love to go through all the side quests before. How many of you have been checked for ADHD or being on the spectrum because you tend to go for all the side quests first? No, I don't mean it that way. I don't mean it like that. But like specifically what I mean is like ADD is very strong here. Yeah. It's in the UK funny joke. Oh, true, man. Other nations, other everything. Wait, what? One of the big moments, one of the big things out there is that people don't seem to either mind or care or like really go in depth unless you have the knowledge of trauma brain. What happens when you're trauma brain? And the reason I did that as a joke, that's a fucking joke. Just take it for what it is, because everyone either tends to go ahead and be like, also, if you guys want to go ahead and do something, like take the test just to see if you've never had the test to do it. There's a really, really good testing mechanism called the RADS-R. I think that's available for everyone. It's not like 100% diagnosable, but more than likely, if you take it to a therapist or a therapist does this on you or a psychologist does it for you, they're able to go ahead and like analyze like those results and go from that. We also have like a questionnaires and we have 100 another testing methods, but really, really interesting. Let me go back on point. The point with this being trauma brain, right? Trauma brain keeps us focused on one thing, which is survival. What is survival for Rudy? I got my ADHD diagnosis so much, explained so much I had given up being productive this year. Yeah, it does. It really does. It really does. What does Shama Brain do? This is what I want. I want this mango chamoy chili thing, right? This I without this I can't live. I need it, right? I need this. Oh wow, there's a person here. No. I need this. I don't care if this is water, if I'm in the desert and I'm drowning, or like I'm dehydrated. I need this mango chamoy to live. Oh, this person here is being, I don't give a fuck. I need this. This is what I need to live. This is what I need to feel safe. I'm highlighting this because this for Rudy is his pee-pee. We're going to put it straight up. I'm not hard. How can I be fulfilled? I'm not hard. How can I be a man? I'm not hard. How can I go ahead and like finish my goals and live a fulfilled life? I'm trying everything I can to get this to feel like a person, to feel complete, to feel as though I have a meaning in this life, because without my man downstairs, I am not who I am completely, right? It's demoralizing, it's dehumanizing in his own head to even go through this, because you have to remember, he's on one side of the spectrum, which is hypersexuality, and right now, poof, he's fallen into hyposexuality. He's flipped from one to the other. What would that do to you? What would that do to you? Boom. If you're a guy, tomorrow you wake up and you aren't asexual. Tomorrow you wake up, you can't get it up. You have ED. What does that do to you? What does that do to you? You're looking at some really, really... Also, hi, Hina. How you doing? You're looking at some amazing, I don't know, doujins, hentai, whatever you're into. Don't get hard. You're looking at some amazing videos on the hub. Don't get hard. You have your partner, and your partner's there, and they start taking it personally that you can't get it up. What does that do to you? There's anxiety. There's a lot of personal doubt. There's a lot of like, I'm worthless. There's a lot of feelings of like, you know, I can't even please my partner. I can't even feel pleasure myself in that regard. Like, there is so many things that start coming into place. This is why, even in late adulthood, you have things thrown out there like the pills, and you have things thrown out there for betterment of sexual health, right? Because guess what? Sexual health is linked with self-esteem, is linked with all of these elements. So if we're looking at this character in particular, why do we think he's only focused on his pee-pee? Also, Hina, I love you. How's your cosplays coming along? Yeah, there isn't much anyway. I would feel like I was letting someone down. Yeah. So then he's going to do some rash actions. He's going to do some things to test out like how he can gain some meaning for himself. And this is why you have this insane focus on just his own pee-pee, right? This is where this extreme focus in happens, even if he's hurting people along the way, even if it's fucked up along the way. Because guess what? If you've ever been down the path of revenge, I'll use this as another example, leaning into it. If you've ever been down the path of revenge, have you cared about who the fuck gets hurt? I'll be honest, I haven't. I had an ex, went down the path of revenge, and I didn't give a fuck who got in my way. I was like a fucking bulldozer, and if you stood in my way on my path to revenge, you were just getting run over. You know? And that's the point that I'm trying to bring up, is like that same fuel can be used for other purposes as well. I have some very cool Makima pictures to upload. Hey, yo, I'm excited for that. And revenge arc. Yeah, exactly. So I hope that this like crystallizes and clarifies Rudy's, like how Rudy might, like perspective might be in that regard, and that his sole focus might just be that. And that is the element that is being highlighted here. Also, I want to go ahead and highlight one thing before, as we continue. I know we're 22 seconds in and we just fucking went. Sounds good, Floor Tile. Appreciate you being here. Oh, there's a difference here. And this is what I like about Mushoku Tensei, is it's grounded in a lot of realism, in the fact that like characters are doing things realistic to their environment. Characters aren't just randomly popping back up, you know, like say that like they die and they come back like Subaru style, and they learn a lesson for 2 episodes and then they're back to their old habits and only a couple of days have passed. What we see here is a big progress of like taking a step and relapse over time, which is what a natural procession looks like. As opposed to, say, Ara-kun, who's like, oh, I got to do my weird dance. Like, you know, go for whatever. And people highlight these characters as goats, but yet they look at Rudy and they're like, ill. But yet you see Ara Ara-kun going after Snail Girl and all these other little characters. No one bats an eye. You see Subaru after Emilia, who's like mentally 10. No one bats an eye. I'm just saying, brother. As I like all the shows, but I'm just saying, you call a spade, brother. Anyway, anyway, let's go ahead and continue, ladies and gentlemen. I bit my tongue.
おはようございます、ルーク先輩。珍しいですね、こんな時間に。
フィッツのことで話がある。
僕は何も知りません。
ほう。何を知らない？
探りを入れているのかね。
That's spicy.
改めて言っておきますが、ルーク先輩、僕はあなた方と敵対するつもりはありません。フィッツ先輩の正体も知らない。僕は何も知らないのです。
知らないふりをしてくれると？
先輩、おはようございます。
しかしこれどうやって治療に入ればいいんだろうか。
Interesting. Really, really, really interesting. Good monster flavor. Thank you, thank you. Let's talk about power dynamics and positioning. And this is called like super positioning in this regard. Who has the power dynamics here? Who's in control of this conversation, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to go ahead and bring it up just for a second. Who's in control in this moment? Why? Why is he in control? Ladies and gentlemen, why is he in control? These two are speaking past each other, which is fun. He's in his way. Okay, what else? He's positioned himself as a wall. Okay, what else? He started the combo. You can start a combo, but still not be in control. Rudy lets him be. Rudy might... Okay, hold on. There's a difference between physical power, right? And then like social power or social positioning. Physically, I can beat the fuck up out of anyone. Socially, I might go on stage and I might be like, there's people here. You know, like there's a big difference in that, but good call. So why is he in control? Like, and this is what I want you guys to think about when you're watching shows. Every scene is in there for a reason. Every shot is in there for a reason. So let's back it up.
どうやって治療に入ればいいんだろうか。
Just so that you guys can see what I'm talking about.
おはようございます。
Rudy is basically just a famous adventurer. Luke has a standing of noble in the camp of royalty. I also want you guys to acknowledge this. Where is Luke at in this entire thing? He's moving. Rudy was moving, and he comes to a stop. When we come in to see this, Luke has already been at the stop. Luke has positioned himself in this regard. Luke is not even in the light like Rudy is. Luke is in the shadow of this pillar. Luke is right on the edge here, writing it, just the same wall as this baseline support that is present here, while Rudy is just free-flowing. Really, he is waiting for him. Really, really interesting moment to take into consideration that Luke has been wanting to have this conversation. Luke has grounded himself in a positional advantage, just socially speaking, where, you know, he chose this spot. He is representing the whole Ariel faction. Right. Meanwhile, Rudy was just caught in the moment of his own waves of thoughts, his own whatever. So he comes to a stop seeing this object that's present here. Interesting to take this into consideration. The we need to talk element. Oof. Bro, don't even say that. My anxiety fucking skyrockets. Like, the moment I get that, bro, if I get a text message that's like, we need to talk, man, my anxiety starts like, like, my heart goes down to my fucking asshole, bro. Don't. Oh, no.
珍しいですね、こんな時間に。
フィッツのことで話がある。
僕は何も知りません。
ほう。何を知らない？
探りを入れているのかね。
改めて言っておきますが、 ルーク先輩、僕はあなた方と敵対するつもりはありません。フィッツ先輩の正体も知らない。僕は何も知らないのです。
知らないふりをしてくれるとなぜ？
Interesting. Really, really, like, this is why I love Mushoku Tensei. It has moments like this that just, like, for most people, they would just glance over as a conversation. And for me, I'm looking at this like a ping pong match, you know, like, pow, 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 like, you know, like they're just like going straight up. This is amazing.
知らないのです。
Interesting that's his form of taking a step forward, not beforehand, but until this statement is made.
あなた方と敵対するつもりはありません。フィッツ先輩の正体も知らない。僕は何も知らないのです。
I have no intention of opposing you. Disarming. I don't know if Fitz's identity or anything like that allows him to take that step forward. Like, okay, you're still blind. You're still in the dark. I still have a foot over. We can still continue this conversation. You're clearly not a threat. All of a sudden, this wall comes down and he takes that step forward. Interesting how Rudy is able to flip this. Rudy is very differential and passive. Yeah. But it's interesting because, like, looking at this, Rudy just disarmed it. He made him take the first step forward, which is a lot easier to do than reverse, where if Rudy kept moving forward, it would have almost seemed like the individual is trying to go ahead and beg for this, like, confrontation to be over. However, he acknowledges what's going on. He states whatever he needs to state. And Luke takes the first step forward, disarming this conversation because he already said, like, there's already a point of agreement. Really, really, like, super duper small but keen perspective that I like. Yeah, it's awesome. It's fucking awesome, guys.
知らないふりをしてくれるとなぜ？
Welcome on in, Ruby-san
僕は
Gaming.
ボレアスともノトスとも縁は切れていますし、何よりあなた方と敵対するのが怖いので。ではそういうことで。
See, what I'm seeing it here is it's still a test. It's still a challenge,
僕
right?
は何も知らないのです。
Hold on.
知らないふりをしてくれる。
It's still a challenge that's being presented because he has not shifted his body language or whatnot. But Rudy does the next best thing that he's good at. Fleeing. Running away. He'll do whatever he needs to do and he'll get the fuck away, right? Thanks so much for the follows, dude. Appreciate it. Both Ruby-san Gaming and Brulio Cesar, appreciate it. Because what does he do? He lays everything down. I don't want confrontation with you. We're good. I'm gonna flee. Fuck this. I am speed. I am the one. Rudy just fucking booking it out of there. I've cut ties with both the Boreas and the Nato's household. He just starts fucking booking it. Oh, dude, that's great. Peace out. It's something that Rudy always does. He tries to avoid confrontation. Yeah, absolutely. But this comes up again. And this is a very real thing. How many of you guys are comfortable with confrontation? I'll be honest. I'm okay with confrontation, but if it lingers for too long, it gets awkward pretty quickly. See you. Bye-bye. Only on subjects I know about, not in the slightest immediate fight or flight. It's not a subject that you know about. It's a subject about you. It's a subject about, like, something that you're uncomfortable about, whether it's someone you like or whatnot. The conversation topic revolves around you. Are you comfortable in a confrontation about that? Depends is my answer to all questions. Damn, bro. Only to a limited extent. I don't like taking it pretty often. Confrontation does not work well with my autism. No, it will skyrocket your anxiety, which, if you're trauma brained, right, and if you're not feeling complete, do you think it's good to deal with this? Do you think that you would be appropriately dealing with a situation like this? Your self-esteem is already in the trash. Your PP is not working. Senor PP man is not working. Big Boss ain't Big Boss anymore. You know, Solid Snake, he's no longer solid. You know, like, are you okay? Probably not. You're probably not comfortable dealing with a lot of circumstances because your self-esteem is in the gutter. El Pin. So let me take this a step further. Let's take this a step further and naturalize this for those of you guys that don't realize what I'm aiming at or what I'm showcasing. You're in your room, you come out, like, say I'm gonna pretend to be your dad. Dinner's served, you come out, wow, guys, look at who's come to join us. Wow, you've come to join us for dinner. Wow, how does that make you feel? I'll be honest. For like, whenever I encountered situations like that, I was like, what the fuck? It felt patronizing. It felt horrible. It felt like shit. Yeah. Like, and this is just me being, God, I hate that. And this is why I'm highlighting it, because there are elements of confrontation and elements where people try and hide this level of confrontation. Rather than just like accepting it for what it is, it would have just been a lot easier. Put the plate, serve it. You have this like gathering, whatnot. But a lot of people also confront in the wrong moments. A lot of people may go into your room and be like, wow, like, if you cleaned it, wow, you actually cleaned it. Oh my God. Wow, you should always keep it this clean. Or like go clean, like, or consistently like hitting elements like this. People might think that it's supporting a cause, right? Of allowing you to go ahead and like retrain your brain to being open to confrontational moments like this, or confrontational moments like the dinner one or whatnot. But it kind of does the opposite for some people, where it kind of makes them feel invalidated, where they know they can clean their room, they know they can come out to dinner, but they might be stressed out, they might be dealing with the day, and resounding these or bringing this up in a moment where they're not comfortable, fight or flight kicks in. Anxiety starts skyrocketing. You start wondering if your parents or whoever is doing this truly cares about you, or if it's just a sarcastic moment that's going through. That's what always happened at home when I cleaned my room when I was living with my parents. Oh my God, this is my parents 24/7. So I hope that like, if you guys can take those examples and apply them into, like, for Rudy, when people are coming up and having these confrontations, your self-esteem's already in the garbage, right? And all of a sudden you're getting like weird confrontational moments like this, or weird confrontational moments that you don't expect. That's what triggers fight or flight. Holy fuck, we're 1 minute in. Okay.
僕はボレアスともノトスとも縁は切れていますし。
Thanks so much for the sub, Starfar. Appreciate it.
あなた方と敵対するのが怖いので。では、そういうことで。
Interesting. Hold on. Interesting, right? He bows, he avoids this confrontation, he moves. Luke still has more to say. Luke turns his body, right, trying to go ahead and give him an opportunity to continue this confrontation, or maybe even look back and whatever may come from this, and he literally just runs away. He runs away from this problem. He runs away from this confrontational moment. Might be because it's already a passive nature to avoid a confrontation. Might be because there's already a lot on his mind and he doesn't want something else taking it, like, advantage of this. But this is, yeah. Boom. Yeah, I feel that, man.
フィッツ先輩の邪魔にならないようにと決めたけど、やはり少し辛い。やはり少し辛い。
Well, I didn't think it was going to go this in depth. I should have just waited an extra couple of I should have just waited a couple seconds to like showcase it. But yeah, it's going to hurt. Yeah, it's going to hurt. Absolutely, it's going to hurt. Like, you're not ready for moments like this. You're not ready for confrontational moments like this. And through this, let's re-exemplify this. Let's re-exemplify this, shall we? It's certified edit classic, you know it. I want to use one of you. Imagine Mushoku Tensei going into death. Oh man. Oh man, I can already tell there's some people in some Discord servers being like, he's already clearly seen it this, or blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, bro, no, it's just fucking context clues, looking at behavior. And if all you do every single day for work is look at behavior and analyze it and therapize, you see patterns emerge out of a lot of things that we do, right? I want to use one of you. Yes, Ruby, do you mind if I use that? Sounds really wrong. Hold on. Hey, yo, not like that, not like that. Let's go ahead and highlight this moment. I want to use this as a teaching moment, for this. A lot of people don't know, but the reason why confrontation, fight or flight is activated like this. And again, this whole thing is analysis of characters, give you a better understanding of the characters' minds, and even yourself in the process. What is your core schema? Thanks so much for the follows, Zim. Appreciate it. What is your core schema? What do you believe about yourself, even if it's not true? For example, a common one is, I am not worthy. I am stupid. I am unlovable. I am this. Started off with an I statement. What do you believe about yourself as a core statement? I am not good enough. I am stupid. I am whatever it may be, right? I am incompetent. I am not hard enough, Rudy, right? I am worthless because of my pee-pee not standing up, or whatever that may be. I don't try enough. Sure. I can never measure up to the expectations of my parents, so I'm not worthy. I am the black sheep of my family. Whatever it may be that your core schema is, guess what? When people challenge that core schema, like for example, I'm going to use this as an example, right? I hope you don't mind if I use you as a I don't know, a point in case in this. You said your core schema is I am stupid. Let's say you take a test and you fail it, right? Not because you didn't know the answers, but say because you misread it, or like you were doing really, really well before the test, but you took the test and you failed it. What does that do to you? For a lot of people, I'm gonna be honest, it reinforces that core schema. What? Now you go home. Now your parents are like, you got an F on this test. Wow, you must really be stupid. Wow, can't you try harder? I thought our expectations were an A in our family. What are you? So on and so forth. What does that do to you? It reinforces that. All of a sudden, we're building layers that reinforce this negative core schema about ourselves. That, like, when people try and confront us on certain issues, even for Rudy, right, which might be a confrontational moment, his core issue right now is I am worthless. His PP not working. I am worthless. So he has all of these things that have cemented Sarah leaving, confrontational moments, Eris leaving. If he was worthy, they would have stayed. He has all of these things that are reinforced upon one another, that when someone calls you out on that, or when someone's like, hey, you know what? Are you really stupid? I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to fucking deal with it right now. No. Anxiety fucking skyrockets. All of a sudden, it's like, oh no. Because all of this is like, if a therapist, a psychologist, or anyone, just any day, tries to challenge what that core schema is, it can cause extreme anxiety, can cause you to run, can cause you to be like, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for anything. And this is why highlighting it is important. So even ask yourself, and even if you're like, it's not therapy or nothing like that. It's just a core statement of understanding yourself. What is your core schema? And truly take it in deep and ask yourself why. For example, the way to do this would be as simple as, I don't think I deserve, anything. Why? Because I fail at this. Why? Because I did this. Why? If you start repeating a sentence, like a similar line over and over again, that's what your core schema is. Really, really interesting way of introspecting on yourself, finding out what that is, and maybe challenging that belief cycle by yourself. Anyway, That's what happened during elementary school. Oh no. I'm sending you air hugs, dude. You're amazing. No, you're amazing, dude.
するのが怖いので。では、そういうことで。
フィッツ先輩の邪魔にならないようにと決めたけど、やはり少し辛い。
If you can't come up with the why, it's probably because that is the core schema. I'm actually really surprised. Hold on.
辛い。
I'm surprised I didn't get a lot of shit for, or maybe for those of you that watch other reactors and whatnot, has anyone else thought that these like might be a representation of sex or like birth or I don't know, like an aspect like this? Yeah, like it. No, not really. Huh. The curtains, the lips of the curtain with the little light inside. I'm solo yo. No one else has mentioned the curtains. Oh, Ed, you were the only one who cooked that. Only after you mentioned it. I saw a YouTube short one. Only you. People take it more as a curtain of new life and hope. The what? It's the lips of the curtain, guys. You mentioned that before. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, did anybody else like pay attention to it? Because like, it's interesting. It is really, really interesting. It opens up. There's life, right? There's light. There's life on the other side. Also, someone mentioned it. That exit from end of season 1. Oh, it's a curtain, not a spotlight. Yes, welcome to the opening analysis. Well, if you want to watch the entire show by yourself, hey, guess what? There is 101 other emoji reactors out there that you can go ahead and watch. A-okay. But the main purpose of this channel is taking it down, analyzing as far as we can every single time, because everybody knows it and everybody says it, ladies and gentlemen, which is its analysis time, opening analysis time. Oh yeah, that's a curtain. It is. What I find interesting about this is, where are the curtains opening up? Are the curtains opening up this way or that way? Are the curtains opening up towards me or towards you? Interesting way of like truly analyzing it, right? Which is, are the curtains opening up? Because if they're opening up sideways, then why are we getting full light on the curtains already? All right. In case you guys are wondering, like, Ed, what do you mean by this? Like what you put more work into the openings than the actual animator? Honestly, though, like one of my big things is because we've had some animators pop into the comment section of some of our videos and be like, oh, like, thank you for going in depth, or even showcasing like, hey, we animated this and I appreciate that, like, you've done this. And if you've been an animator for any of the shows that we've watched, thank you. Like, to the author, thanks to the animators, the key animators, editors, whatnot. Like, it's thanks to you guys that we get to enjoy like all of these shows. And thank you for bringing these aspects of change to people's lives, because it's huge, man. Like, aside from reading the light novel, it's amazing to see, like, you know, for those that read the light novels, it's amazing to see this come to light, right? Because there are a lot of individuals that like hook onto like the light novel thing, and like that's all they read, and the author does a fantastic job of like showcasing a brand new world to people for them to be able to live and thrive off of. And for other individuals, like the editing, whatnot, being an anime only and like genuinely taking the time to look at the anime, some chapters that we've read on here, and I'm reading volume 1 at the moment, it's amazing. It is amazing to see and understand. It's amazing to be able to take this journey and see people's growth and how this show has affected them. That's why I want to say thank you. If you're an animator, editor, if you're an author, if like, you know, if you're the author of any of the shows that we've watched, guys. With that, a lot of thoughts that come to the opening. Absolutely. So the reason why I highlight the curtains is, in case you guys don't know, I've done 101 things in my life. I've been in theater. I've been in music. I've done a lot of theater. I actually had my own theater company abroad. I've done like a lot of music. I used to be a drum major, so conducting, being a part of like the literally the drum line, so on and so forth. I've done martial arts for a majority of my life. I've done psychology for most of my life. Like, I've been a part of a lot of like side things, whether it was soccer or whatnot. So I have a lot of different experiences. You know, I have a lot of different experiences built in. One of the big things that comes through is from this, especially, is the blackout. When you're in the stage right behind and you're waiting for those curtains to be pulled, one of the biggest things that like they tell us is like life comes from the other side. At this point in time, yes, like, you know, life might be happening and whatnot, but you don't truly come to life until that light is on, until that like curtains start pulling away and life is there, life is present. You know, you had your own theater company. Yeah, actually, Brady acted in one of my theater. Actually, acted in 2 of my plays. That's, you know, he was in theater. He came over. He did some things here. We slowly build him up to be comfortable, and then he started doing his own thing, which is interesting. Like I did a lot. Like I'm gonna highlight this. There's even some shitty, not even shitty. There is some shitty and some really high quality films and stuff that I've done on YouTube somewhere out there. I'm not gonna go and say, Voltina, my love, how are you? Did you take a shower today? I hope you're doing well. And you think to yourself, man, I'm like walking into a vag right now, bruh. No, so like looking into this, like, and this is one of the big things that I want to go ahead and highlight is Ed, what? No, don't bonk hammer me. I love Voltina. It's a joke. It's a joke between us. Looking at the curtains, and it makes me wonder this: what is life on the other side? Who is the audience on the other side? Oh, the curtains. Yeah, guys, from now on, if you guys go to another reactors chat or whatnot, you guys got to spam the curtains. You guys literally got to spam the curtains. It's the curtains, man. It's all about the curtains. Oh, God, dude. What do they mean? But it's interesting because even if we take this perspective, hold on. Okay, the curtains pull back, and who's our audience? I know. I muted the sound. I know. I muted the sound right there, right now. But who's the audience? Us, Paul, the mysterious white girl who's sectioned off in 3 points, right? It's interesting. That's all I gotta say. It's an interesting thing to take in. Were there 3 birds in this cage, or was it 1 bird with multiple feathers? I know this might sound kooky, but it'll make sense. Man, I'm still finding new questions to ask in this shit. Was it 3 birds in this one cage, or was it 1 bird with multiple feathers? RGB, the RGB gamer bird. I don't think that cage is very big, but we do see 3 birds in the opening. 1 bird with 3 heads, just a peacock. We don't know. Because even comes the aspect of this, right? Which is the cage is open, they're all free, wine is spilt, and the semblance of all three lay in the bed. Is this a semblance or like a callback to, sometimes we're stuck in our everyday routine of what time is, as to like we are literally in our own jail cells in that aspect, even in our own lives, right? We're routinely, for example, how many of you break through your routines every day, every other day? How many of you could legitimately, like, how many of you break out of your routines on the weekly? Also, what's up, Rudy? How you doing? I never had a routine in the first place. Is that your routine, though, Eidolon? Or do routines scare you? I prefer not to break routine. And if once you break out of that routine, in this instance, displacement, right, does that lead to new opportunities? Does that open up the world that is out there out of just staying in the world that you know inside this cage? Which is, semblances of sex being an aspect of freedom, of adulthood, of 101 other aspects. Driving is often considered that, adventuring, considered one of the biggest freedoms out there. Studying, being able to educate yourself, freedoms, right? What is the freedom from escaping in this? What does freedom truly mean? If I were to ask you this, chat, are you stuck in your world, in your life at this moment? Are you in your own jail cell? What would make you feel free? What would give you the freedom to go out and explore the world? Or or what would make you feel free in general? What does freedom mean to you? Some is money. Some is connections. Time. Comfort. Someone. Person. Sleep, yeah. Friends. Yo, first time I made it live. Well, welcome on in. Appreciate you coming in, Yahasek. Appreciate it. Self-defense training. There you go. Freedom for a lot of people means something different. And I think this is why it's beautiful to showcase this. Because all three birds found freedom. They all found freedom through different means. Right? So extra 20K would fix most of my problems, bro. I think for everyone. But I don't know. I'm looking at this and I'm like, number one, did someone liberate these birds? Or did they break out of this cage? Been able to get my own car on my own and learn how to drive, to be honest. Yeah. Absolutely. Saber que tengo un lugar en donde volver. Absolutamente. I'm asking these questions because it's important to go ahead and take that into consideration when we're looking at this, right? It's a way of reflecting on what's being shown and being able to like personalize it and expand on the world as to what is being given. Because if someone came in and freed those birds and were their agent of change, who would that agent of change be? Who is the person that these birds follow? Probably Rudy. Rudy, all three of them go in different ways. They do. Should one get free, though? Animals born in captivity often go die in the wild. It's up to people. What does it mean they are free now? Sylphie doesn't seem free, for example. I mean, they're doing like freedom doesn't have to necessarily be being 100% free, right? It can mean freedom for choice, freedom for aspects, freedom of the past, freedom of resentment, freedom of guilt, freedom of whatever that may be for a person. Freedom comes in different shapes, sizes, whatnot, right? Do a bad job of following him then. Well, I mean, we see quite literally the blue bird following him overhead for going into the school. We see the red bird looking at him and then taking off. We see the green bird leading him back into the curtains. I can already feel the re. I can already feel the re. Thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Hell yeah. Infamite. Appreciate it. You're a goat, dude. Drop some Doritos for him. Please. If you've ever been in a relationship, a friendship even, and you've been hurt, how long did it take you to heal? What was it like? What was it like to be in a situation like that? I'll be honest. I was in a long-term relationship at one point, right? And I think this is where I can actually empathize with Rudy in this regard, right? I was in a long-term relationship, like, 6-7 years in that regard. I've told this story many a times before. Things went awry. What stuff happened, breakup. What does that do to a person? I'll be honest, it took me a long time to be able to refine myself and balance myself and be able to take the next steps, right? It took me a while to be able to go ahead and reform the foundation as to what does it mean to be you without your partner, without others around you. Now imagine this for other people as well that spent many, many years with the friend or with the partner for 10, 20, 30 years. The partner leaves them, they pass away, whatever may happen. It's a whole aspect of re-encountering who you are and what you mean and what your goals are. What did you like about your previous partners, friendships, whatnot, that you want in future partners or friendships? And even through this, right? Is it just a dream or is it something that is achievable? I'm looking at this and instantly my mind is going through all of this and I'm like, ooh. My brain needs to stop. My brain needs to stop. Hold on. Okay, my brain needs to fucking stop. For some reason, I'm looking at all of these memories and I got a weird semblance of say kid Rudy here transforming into young adult Rudy, and then possibly, because we never truly reached the further other windows, what might be adult or an old Rudy in it as well. So going through this, I'm like, is this a representation of the stages of life that he's in? And it's even bringing up another question inside of my mind, which is this a recollection of events? This is gonna sound fucking trippy. And ever since I saw Orsted, and ever since Orsted brought up the whole idea of time loops and whatnot, it's making me wonder, is this the prime time? Or is this one of those recollection of events, of past life, of this is the journey that may come or that is to come or whatever? The rap probably doesn't mean anything. It stopped working after that for that week. It just stopped working altogether. Is this if we were to encounter it, is this the prime timeline, or is this looping? It sounds silly. I know it fucking sounds silly. But I'm looking at this and like it's coming into mind, which is how do we know? Yeah, the whole idea concept of rat, it stopped working altogether. It has like literally it's out of my mind. It like doesn't affect me at all. Like you guys keep bringing it up like I'm about to get like oh whatnot, but it's probably just a reference to gray rat in general. Like it is what it is. It goes over. It goes over in a week. It doesn't hold significance. Do you want to know how the rabbit holes work? Yeah, which is why I'm like, lyrics. It felt like I could go anywhere where it was me from that time. It's not about becoming an adult or anything. It's not about those things, you know. Are those the lyrics? YOLO, what's up, dude? I'm gonna ask something. If someone had to be the keeper of Rudius's story, right? Or like someone were to go through, because Rudy has done a lot so far, who would it be? Like if someone were to write, like in this universe, a story about Rudy, who would it be and why? Because my mind is going into why is the story being formatted in this way, in this beautiful way? Like, what does it mean? And instantly I'm coming into mind of like, because the story that we're getting is we're getting a story of triumph and fails, and maybe Cliff, Roxy, any candidates? Because I'm like, this is a pretty like grandiose tale, but at the same time it's like, where does this story truly evolve and come from? Is it a biography, an autobiography, or neither? That's a good question. Become so famous, then make a Netflix ad. I know, guys. You guys got to wait for the live action Mushoku Tensei. Oh God. See, and then Rudy enters the juice. Rudy enters the juice. Rudy is a juicer, and he enters the lips of onto the stage. Like, I don't know if live action MC will fly well. Why would you phrase it like that? Because we were talking about the lips of the curtains earlier, guys. Damn. Y'all need to chill, brothers. Okay, I do have a genuine question though, as we're proceeding through this, and we did make it in record time. By the way, you can only analyze so much, right? Is the next core is the next core gonna be here in the university, or are we gonna start evolving into different areas? Like, when will we see like Rugert again, or Paul again, or like all of these like characters? I'm so curious about how this like the cores will proceed, because right now there seems to be a lot of people that don't like the university arc so far, but I'm loving it. Like, no, I don't want an answer. It's just me asking asking myself this, like, these questions. It's like so rhetorical in this way. I'm not like, I look once in a while to chat. If I do look to chat, I'll face this way, right? Because that's where chat is. But like, that's where my mind is, which is, where is this like transforming into? Where's this show gonna go? Are we gonna see more of an involvement through that? You know, this high school arc is my least favorite. Is it? Aw.
あの
Hey,
それ
yo.
で話とは何でしょうか。先日買い物に出ている時にルーデウスが来ました。フィッツの行動を怪しんでいました。フィッツが図書館でルーデウスに押し倒され、自分は男だと大声で宣言したという噂も耳に入ってきました。さすがに確信したでしょうね。体まで触られたのなら。でもルーデウスはフィッツの秘密を喧伝するつもりはないようですね。きっとあなたに対して義理を通そうとしているのでしょう。なかなかいい心構えです。それであなたはどうするのですか？
Challenge. Fucking challenge. The only thing that you can do, Sophie, at this point in time is put down your boundaries and challenge. Literally be like, I want my boy Rudy playing a 3-pointer and just shooting that in. I need my boy Rudy to come up and hold my hand. I need my boy Rudy to come all up in here. She needs to challenge. At this point in time, it's a challenge to see whether or not your devotion is there. Looking at the way that she's positioning everything, this is quite literally what people do, and it's called the shit test, if we're being realistic, right? It's literally called a shit test. Like, this is what people do. How long was the opening analysis? This is what it was. Not that long. This is what people do in order to see whether or not you're interested in certain regards for certain people, right? So, like, for example, are you really interested in this person? Are you? You just got to be like, yeah, it is what it is. It happened, right? And watch your face whenever someone gets that challenge back, because people expect you to appease. People expect you to appease the moment that that you challenge others. Like, for example, if I'm like, oh, cough me, are you sure that you want to go and go for this person after this and that happens, right? And if coffee challenges back, more than likely my face is gonna go like, okay, like my jaw might have fallen, everything might be down, because people don't expect the challenge back. A lot of people just expect you to appease or even try and deviate, but they don't expect the challenge back. Look at the body language from this, and I think this is what is key about this, and this is what stood out for me. I love how you guys are like, don't stop. Wrong channel, brother. Wrong channel. Also, I'm not even looking at chat. I'm just fucking going. Positionally, what do we have? An interrogation. Positionally, what do we have? An interrogation. We have her literally down with in other instances that we've seen, he's been sitting, he's been moving, but we literally have an interrogation being present here. We literally have her at the edge and not even sitting at her usual seat, so it's more of a confrontation. Accusatory, yeah.
フィッツが図書館でルーデウスに押し倒され、自分は男だと大声で宣言した。
She's just stating facts. This is what happened. This is what we've heard. Not even like, can you tell me more about that? No. That's gone out the window. This happened. It's building up, man.
という噂も耳に入ってきました。
She approaches and her guard is closed. She approaches and it's not open. I'm not it's already going into the self-response mode. Interesting. Really, really, really interesting. She closes off her body language approaching her. She is approaching her, but yet she still puts up her arms to build a wall. So she is hiding something behind that. What would I do in Sophie's place? You knew my objective from day one. You knew my objective from day one. I'm here for Rudy. Cry? Aww. But do I think the show would go in that way? Probably not. It's probably going to be like an aloof strategy and be something like, an appeasement to try and maybe work things out so it's not that bad. Like, unless the show, in a very, I'm being honest. I'm going to be 100% honest. If it, in a very real event, it's like an animal that's being pushed up against the wall, most people in a realistic setting would push back. It's the automatic challenge back or cry, right? Fight or flight happens. challenge back or cry in a very real event. However, some shows like to take the underhanded approach of, yeah, you're right, and appeasement happens, which is it can happen as well, but a lot of people tend to go for appeasement rather than anything else.
さすがに確信したでしょうね。体まで触られたのな。
Look at this. Look at this. Look at her arms. Look at her arms. Look at her arms. Yes, she is touching her, but she also has her other arm linked here. I'm empathizing with you, but I also have this wall up. That is so fucking interesting. Because she could have put her other hand down and not even have that, but yet she raises it up and she creates a literal wall while like empathizing in that regard. Luke's still in attention. Yeah, it's like exactly. We're going through this, and I'm looking at everything, and I'm like, ooh.
でも、ルーデースはフィッツの秘密を喧伝するつもりはないようですね。きっとあなたに対して義理を通そうとしているのでしょう。
And even talking to her about giving her your back. Oh man. Like, you could even tell that there's more at play here. Just the way, the way that this is going.
それで、あなたはどうするのですか?
Violating personal space, getting all close, confrontational moment, eye to eye. Like, beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. In the way that this is built up. Like, it's beautiful the way that she navigated this. You can tell that she's like very much a politician just on the way that like she goes through. In the way that she's able to go ahead and like take this through and literally put up her walls and give us like, it's already like an interrogation state. It's already an accusatory state. And yet she's coming through and like pushing it. And then the big question is, what will you do? Not what will he do? What will you do?
ルーデウスを配下にする件についてはゆっくりでもいいと思っています。ですが半年もの間何ら進展がないとなると私としても一言ぐらいは言いたくなりますよ。私もいい加減あなたがうじうじと悩んでいるところを見るのは飽きてきました。
6 months, dude. 6 months, dude. To be fair, Ariel, I'd like to recommend the show called Love is War, where it takes them 3 fucking years to get to the end, where all of a sudden it's like, I love you, but I'm dipping to a university in America. Love is toxic at that point, brother. Like, oh no. Oh no. I don't even know if it was 3 years. I just knew that it was a lot.
ですから、そろそろ勇気を出して彼に正体を明かしたらどうですか? シルフィー。
Oh. Okay.
僕はあなた何かしたいことがあるのではないですか? 私はあなたに何度も助けられました。初めて会った時から今までずっと。それは友達だから助けようって思っただけだよ。あなたのことですから私に遠慮しているのでしょ? でもあなたは私の配下ではなく友人なのですから、したいことができたのなら私の元から離れそちらを優先な。シルフィー、僕はあなた何かしたいことがあるのではないですか? 私 私はあなたに何度も助けられました。初めて会った時から今までずっと。
それは友達だから助けようって思っただけだよ。
あなたのことですから私に遠慮しているのでしょ。でもあなたは私の配下ではなく友人なのですから。
So if she's your friend and not your servant, why did you approach her in an accusatory manner at the very beginning? Why were power dynamics at play at the very beginning and now they're not? Ariel is very, very politician-like to the point where it's scary. To the point where I feel as though she has cemented herself as Sylphie's support network, per se. And say, like, and I'll ask this. Say that Sylphie and Rudy were to get together. They have a, I don't know, shit goes wrong like it did with Sarah. Where does Sylphie run to? Where does Sylphie run to? Ariel. One of the big things that I would do if I'm your friend is push you to get other friends. Push you to get other support networks. Push you to expand your support network past me. Because if I'm your only support network, who do you come to if you're having issues? Me. Who do you come to if you need anything? Me. Who has the power in that power dynamic? Me. Oh, but Rudy, getting him to our cause. Me. But I have to empathize now, really, and I don't have to put up a wall and treat you like... It's really, really interesting. It's really, really, really interesting that, like, I know she's pushing her to try and not be a coward, but it's interesting the way that this is flipped. To be fair, it's been 4 years back then, they actually know one another. Is she taking a risk, or is she making sure that everything will work in her favor? No, and even it's past that. It's past that. To me, it's to the point of what does it mean to be a support network? Exactly. I'm saying she's good. I'm saying she's good in the tech. I'm saying, like, her political nature is threatening even. Like, her political nature is, like, I would be afraid to go in a head-to-head match with her. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I would be afraid to go into a head-to-head match with Ariel because of the way that I see that she can go ahead and, like, start switching circumstances based on her needs like that. That's why I'm like, if she has all of these masks, the mask of a politician, the mask of a friend, the mask of whatever, what is her true self? Her true self might be an semblance of all of these masks, sure. But if we were to take them off and pray off all of these masks, who is left? Does Ariel truly understand what a friend is, though? Her true mask is horny. Hey, I'm all down for that. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue. I like Ariel. Ariel, I think is interesting. I'm just saying, like, her thought process is terrifying in the way that she was able to physically and emotionally and thought patternly change her tactic. That is what's terrifying. Her tactics have changed. She as an individual needs to be trained well enough to be able to change her tactics like that.
したいことができたのなら私の元から離れそちらを優先なさい。
でもそれは裏切りだよ。
勇気を出して言ってごらんなさい。今あなたは何をしたいのか。
僕はルディと添い遂げたい。
よく言えました。
Well, good for her.
でも
よく言えました。
Now he breaks attention. What would have happened if she didn't say that? Would he still have stayed in guard? my head is spiraling for this. My head spirals for this, guys. He was just invested in the achievement, man. Because, like, Okay, I'm gonna throw out there a supposed scenario. Supposed scenario time. You guys ready? Here comes Sylphie. We'll use Chica as Sylphie. Sylphie is with Rudy. I'll pretend to be Rudy. Ariel's going through a tough time. Will Sylphie stay with me? Or will Sylphie go with Ariel? Here comes Roxy. Same scenario. We're having a tough time. Big issues happen. Will, say, I don't know, big magic event, whatever, right? Or maybe I'm planning, like, I'm trying to discover atomic magic. I don't know. I'm trying to fucking make some stupid shit up, you know, whatever. Will Roxy stay with me, or will Roxy leave? Say for some reason Sarah comes back. Hey, you know, your PP-'s working. Would Sarah, in a similar situation, say we're going down the same similar path, stay with me, or would she leave? And even past that, let's go. We can go with Eris, which is Eris comes back, right? She comes back into the fold, whatever. I am a changed man. I'm changing, whatnot. I'm planning on doing something really, really fucking stupid. Will she stay with me, or would she dip? And these are questions that, like, you have to ask yourself in terms of, like, these dynamics that have already been presented. What do they value more than the relationship dynamic that is there? Like, that's what I'm saying. If Eris came back, like, you know, would she stay in or would she dip? That's the real question. And this is for all of these characters that have appeared so far. Is if they appear in their life and they have their own connections and whatnot, what do they value more? The relationship that is present, or the connections that they have made? If you fuck up in that thing, will they stay in this relationship that is present, or will they leave to the connections that they have made? If they feel like, if you, like, say that you're planning on doing something and they might not agree with you, would they stay with you, or would they dip? What is the relationship dynamic that is present here, and to what level are the relationships present in this? That's where it all comes back to. Rudy's insecurities spoken aloud. So that's why I'm highlighting this and I'm throwing this out to you guys. Like, I don't know. Like, to what level is enough for you? How long would you stay with your partner if you had a partner? Like, how long would you stay with your partner if you had a partner? Where do you draw the line? If your partner cheated on you, would you leave them? If your partner, I don't know, tried to go to war, would you leave them? If your partner tried to create some weird magic, would you leave them? If your partner decided, hey, you know what, we're going to go back to simple life farming, we're about to be a farming anime, would you leave them? If your partner decided to get a pet that you were allergic to, would you leave them? That's the main question line that comes through. Where would you go? Do you have friends? Do you have connections that you can ascertain yourself with? All of these things are coming into mind, and they're flooring my mind at the moment, which is like, to what level do these connections mean to Sylphie? If she had to pick between these connections and Rudy, what would she go to? I ask myself the same things on the daily. Yeah. Anyway.
でも、もしルディが僕のことを思い出してくれなかったら、きっと立ち直れないと思う。
それは今から考えましょう。やはり正面からブエナ村で一緒に育ったシルフィエットですというのがいいのではないでしょうか。
無理ですね。思い出せないのですから、完全に忘れているでしょう。
何か彼との思い出はありませんか？
思い出前にいじめられてたって話はしたよね。
ええ、髪の色でいじめられていた。
That was a really good one you could have used. There was a really good one you could have used. Now that I'm thinking about it, you could have gone and taken a bath together. And strike up a very similar train of logic. Oh shit, I'm fucking squeaking. Bro, fuck. No, do you remember a memory? Let me tell you a memory about when I was a kid and what happened. Oh, guys, come on. You know that was a good one, guys. You guys fucking know. I'll put this hat on. I know I deserve it. The truth. Predator Ed. Oh, no, brother. Oh, no. Oh,
だと聞きました。
その時に助けてもらったのがルディとの出会いで、僕にとっては一番の思い出だよ。
他に何か思い出はないのか？
もう一つあるよ。最初ルディは僕のことを男の子だと思ってた。魔術の練習をしてたら雨が降ってきてね。ルディのお家でお風呂に入ることになって、その時
the fucking no. Oh god. Oh god. I'm sorry, they were talking about memories. I'm like, one of the biggest memories. Wow. Her face. Oh.
パンツを引きずり下ろされて、それで
それは素敵な話ですね。わかりました。これから作戦を話します。
僕の衣服を脱がせ。
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to back it up here. I skipped a little head here. Hold on.
前にいじめられてたって話はしたよね。
ええ、髪の色でいじめられていたと聞きました。
その時に助けてもらったのがルディとの出会いで、僕にとっては一番の思い出だよ。
他に何か思い出はないのか？
We're swimming in it, boys. We're swimming in it, boys. We're swimming in it. I can't fucking swim, which is why I have this floaty. Hold on, boys. Hold on, boys. Hold on, we're swimming in it, boys. Hold on. According to my calculations, right? Let me bring up. What should you do if a boy don't like you? Well, hold on. I gotta keep going, guys. Standard of love. Ooh, right. When a person, have you ever tried getting laid? Oh no! Ed pulled out the Bible. I can totally see being like, have you ever tried have you ever tried sex? Oh no, dude. Oh no. have you you know, like, it sounds like hentai. Oh, God. Have you ever tried holding his hand? You know, you can make babies that way. Oh, God. Oh God, where's this going? Where's this going?
もう一つあるよ。最初ルディは僕のことを男の子だと思ってたんだけど、魔術の練習をしてたら雨が降ってきてね。ルディのお家でお風呂に入ることになって、その時無理やり脱がそうとして、そのパンツを引きずり下ろされて。
I love that you can kind of see their thought process, like normal eyes, and then he forced me to adjust to Ariel's eyes being like, what the fuck?
And
then like, yeah. Like, what in the actual fuck did he do? No, she likes it. Oh God.
それは素敵な話ですね。わかりました。これから作戦を話します。その前に。
Step 1. Have you ever heard of goat weed? Step 2. Have you ever heard of hymns? Step 3. Have you ever heard of the pill? Just step 4. Have you ever told him, Rudy, daisuki da yo? Step 5. Have you ever said, you just keep going down this line, make a full tactic out of it, like pull up a board, like, you know, like I print out a bunch of Rudies on here and like pinpoint from here to here to here to here and what the next step are in case this one goes bad and why you need to move this to that and come here and do this. Give me your kittens. Yeah. Step 30, profit.
改めて一つ確認しておきます。はい。シルフィー、先日は添い遂げると言いましたが、ルーデウスと具体的にどうなりたいのですか？
ルディと具体的に。ベッドは一緒で。
Hey yo.
ルディはたまに下品になるから子供。
Well, boys, it's been good knowing you. It's been good knowing you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thanks for coming to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you. We're about to. I'll see you guys next week. It's good enough. How many kids do you want? Okay. Do you have an anxious attachment style? Oh, Rudy, run. She gonna lock her legs, bro. Rudy, you better run, brother. She ain't gonna let you get out, bro. She about to trap you in that baby making position and you out, brother. You gotta. She about to wrap your legs like it's a jujitsu like position, bro. She about to be like, rah, and like wrap her other leg around and just like, rah, you know, like get you in a nice hole there and be like, oh, you know, you ain't gonna escape, brother. You ain't gonna escape, bro. You ain't gonna escape, brother. It's gonna be too late, brother. Oh dear. Thank you. You really needed the demonstration. Yeah, bro. You lock your legs. That's it. That's game. And Sophia needs to cook, and you're denying her. Okay, well, good. She can cook on her own time, brother. Every single person in the world knows the fabled leg lock. Yes. Which is why, in case you ever get stuck in a leg lock, what you're supposed to do, you push down on one side and then you take half guard, right? So you take their side and you guard from there. So that way you're able to like do whatever position you need to do. Oh God. Okay, anyway. So yeah, switch to
この数は何人がいいなんて聞いてくるかもしれない。そしたら
Hey,
僕
yo.
も
How many kids do you want to put in me? No, No, the curtains are real.
になって、ルディったら僕に何人産ませたいの？なんて聞き返して、ルディはくすりと笑って、たくさんかな？なんて言って僕の衣服を脱がせて、そしたら僕もくすって笑って、じゃあたくさんしてね、なんて言っちゃって。
Look, she's already practicing the move, man. She's already getting her position ready, man. She's already locking her legs in, brother. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Are Rudy and her gonna have a kid? Like, are they actually gonna have a kid? Is this what it's prepping for? Is this what the opening is prepping us for? Wait a minute. Because they're going way too in-depth about this. They're getting way too in-depth about this. About, like, you know, like showcasing the lips of the curtains, showcasing, you know, what life is, asking these questions, asking her what she wants. Like, is she about to get pregante? Does Ed not know how sex works? What? We're backing it up. Hold on. What the? Oh no. I'm scared for Rudy. If they do get together, I'm scared for Rudy. I'm scared that Rudy's gonna fuck it up. I'm scared that he's gonna fuck it up because he's not like. Yes, it would be a process in like the form of healing. He gets like, say that they get together, he ends up getting his little man to stand up hard again, so on and so forth. But I'm scared for him because I feel like he might be healing, but he's not ready for other major downfalls. And I'm terrified that like, should something else major happen in his life, he might fall into old habits. He might fall into like aspects of himself that completely change what he is supposed to be or do or whatnot. Like, that is what I'm scared of. Rudy fucking something up? No way. But fucking it up the first time. It has more to do with the fact of relapse. It has more to do with the fact that, like, and a lot of people do this. They go to one therapy session, they're like, I've healed, you know, or they're able to have like sex with their partner and they're like, I'm better. And then it stops working over time. And they're like, you know, like, am I really better? And it just all goes downhill, which is why I'm highlighting this. I am scared. I'm scared that like, this might be a big step for him to evolve and heal and grow and whatnot if they do get together. But I'm also scared that he's not prepared for what may come with that. The responsibilities that is. The responsibilities that it means to step up if they are to get together. How does Eris come into play for that? How would Roxy come into play for that? If he gets with Sophie, what happens to them? If Eris tries to come back into their life, would Rudy be like, oh, that's my ex or whatever? Or would he still have feelings for Eris? If Roxy were to come in, same question, right? If Roxy's like, hey, Rudy, you know, same thing. That's my mind spirals into this because we have a man who has a core schema of like worthlessness, of not feeling like he's enough. And I kind of wonder, is trauma going to reactivate this core schema at some point in time? If Rudy and Sophie got together, who would be the man who would be the husband, who would be the wife? Ask yourself this question. For Roxy, if Roxy and Rudy got together, who would be the husband, who would be the wife? If Eris and Rudy got together, who would be the husband and who would be the wife? And I don't just mean this in the stereotypical gender trope ways. What I mean is in their own designations for themselves, in their own designations as to like who wants to go ahead and be together or protect one another or be open to the idea of what it means to share ideologies, or maybe even like, you know what, Rudy, I want you to go out and stay home and be there for my family or be there for us or whatnot. Would Rudy just take that in this world, in this environment that we're in right here, right now, or no? Rudy bottoms all the time. I somehow wouldn't doubt that. Anyway,
ベッドは一緒で、ルディはたまに下品になるから子供の数は何人がいいなんて聞いてくるかもしれない。そしたら僕も下品になって、ルディったら僕に何人産ませたいのなんて聞き返して、ルディはくすりと笑って、たくさんかななんて言って僕の衣服を脱がせて、そしたら僕もくすって笑って、じゃあたくさんしてねなんて言っちゃってシルフィ
I just love her little leg lock. She's already grinding on this. She's already going for this. Like, damn, dude. Damn. Also, what's up, Eidolon? How you doing? Someone check Sophie's curtains for water. Also, let's highlight this. Let's. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this out there, and I do want to go ahead and say this. How do I phrase this? Because Rudy already has feelings for Fitz, genuine feelings. Him knowing that it's Sophie, does it make it easier or harder? Not in his dick, but like in him truly falling for them. I think it's easier. I think it's easier. I think it makes it easier for him to fall in love. I think it's if they got together, will they even stay in this academy? Or will they leave? Since Rudy's main focus is trying to find the problem for his Senor Pipio, Sophie is a safe pick, no trauma, no abandonment. Why should they leave? Rudy's here to try and find the cure for his ED. If Fitz cures his ED, what reason does he have to stay? Rudy has a number of projects now. In the grand scheme of things, though, you have to remember, what is his main goal? And then after that, is it enough of an attachment to stay? You know. Anyway, sorry, my mind is like spiraling.
この作戦はあなたの努力次第です。はい。へたれた失敗は許しません。もし土壇場で勇気がなくて言えなかったなんてことになったら、アスラ王国第二王女の名において以後ルーデウス・グレイラッタとの一切の接触を禁止します。
I thought you didn't have any authority in here.
の名において以後ルーデウス・グレイラッタとの一切の接触を禁止します。本気で生きなさい。
So this is just to apply pressure, yeah? This is just to apply pressure. Because it's like, her word really wouldn't have any saying in this academy. Also, she says that, like, you're just a friend, but then she's not separating. Yeah, that's why I'm like, this feels like it's just a bluff. Like, for anything. I mean, it makes sense. It really does make sense.
はい、よろしい。では、作戦内容を話します。
The plan is to go through TikTok, look at all of these shitty pickup artists and relationship advice, scroll infinitely until you think you actually have a chance, then remember where you are in the real world today and remember that you don't really, those things don't really work. Like, that is the plan. No, I'm kidding. Oh god, and literally ruining Sophie. Really, again? Oh god, dude. Oh god. Yeah, please don't do that, IRL. Call you out harder?
ルーデス君。
フィッ 先輩、どうしました？
ここじゃちょっと場所を変えよ
う。わかりました。ではザナバ、話を進めておいてください。
What is the most sensitive spot for an elf? Is it their ears? Since like it, sorry, my like a genuine question. Like now I'm kind of curious about like their erogenous zones for my bet it's ears. Like, because think about it, like human beings, we have, sorry, my brain immediately went there, which is like, what is an erogenous zone for human beings, right? So like for human beings, a lot of people, it's like their nape, like, you know, like their neck, it's certain erogenous areas. So I'm sort of wondering, for elves, does that physiological change differ? Is it like their ears, or is it like, it has to be the neck? Their ears are definitely one of them. I know it sounds fucking weird, because we can even ask this about like what's his name? Batty Daddy? Batty Daddy? Batty Gaddy? I forgot his name. Like even for him, like what would his erogenous zone even be in that matter? Or like how does he even feel pleasure in that? Batty Daddy, yes. Oh no. Like fuck you guys. I fuck up once and it's immortalized, like memorized forever is what I call him. Yeah, but like even though he has a fiance, that still doesn't stop him from having like erogenous zones. It's like, what would that represent? And for all the other races and characters in here, and how does that shape your interaction with these individuals or beings, right? Because let's say that, for example, you went and held somebody's hand. I know this might sound like a stupid conversation, but I promise you, if you were in this world, you would probably take this 1,000% fucking seriously. Because let's say that you go up and there's a slime girl. I don't know what a slime girl is doing there. You touch her hands and all of a sudden they're like, ah! Like, you know, you just sent them to the next world. You might have just broken the code. You might have just done something. So therefore you have to be aware of even like the small instances in that. Yeah. Why Batty is only allowed to have, I apologize in advance in case this doesn't like, you're like, what the fuck? But like, it like in a world like this, it's probably something that you have to consider. And it's interesting because for Rudy, we've seen him growing up in situations like this. And I don't think I've ever seen Subaru freak out about things like that. Or other isekai characters ever really like take into consideration what like other races and like, you know, what might be in that aspect of it of itself. Yeah, we need to watch. Oh, Interspecies Reviewers has it? Not that it's a bad thing. It's not. This is something coming off of my mind through a sexology perspective, you know? Okay, we'll watch it in D-General. Probably not tonight because I need my finals, but probably tomorrow or something. If I have time tomorrow. We'll probably start it tomorrow then. At least one episode. It won't be bad. Great, ping us. Maybe. If I have the time.
後の細かい部分は世にお任せを。
で、何ですか？
実はね、折り入って頼みがあるんだ。
Rudy, I need your head. I really need your head for this. I don't know how else I can get this, but I need you to be able to. Like, there's so many ways that you can approach this. I love this. This is amazing. Hello? Hi, hello, how you doing?
わかりました。赤龍に乗ったつもりで任せてください。
ちょっと待ってよ。まだ内容言ってないよ。
フィッツ先輩の頼みなら、
Thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate it.
実はね、アリエル様、この間知り合いの貴族に雇っている用心棒のことで自慢されて悔しかったんだって。
ほう、それで？
相手の貴族がうちの用心棒は4人パーティーで氷の森の奥まで行ってそこにしか生えてない。
Okay, the tactic is to build propinquity, more than likely. Go on an adventure, build propinquity, allow this to come in, probably take some time for themselves. Propinquity is the establishment of feelings that we get from the amount of time that we spent with another person. If there's romantic feelings in there, the more time that you spend with them, the more that sensation of love and whatnot grows. However, through this, what I'm starting to go ahead and identify is that this might be a longer journey in of itself. And, you know, those feelings of propinquity might establish themselves. Sylphie would probably... What attachment style is Sylphie? Hold on. Let's bring this up again. For Sylphie, what is her attachment style? Probably anxious. What did we just read about earlier? What did we just read about earlier, boys? We read some studies about people who have anxious attachment and how that affects their sexual life. She kinky though. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The scriptures, the holy scriptures of psychology have come into play.
花を取ってきたって言ったんだけど。
氷の森の奥地に生える花というと、冬の間にしか咲かないフリーズフリンジドですね。
それでね、アリエル様も引っ込みがつかなくなって、フィッツならもっと少ない人数で取ってこれるって言っちゃったんだ。
なるほど。そういうことですか。知り合いの冒険者に行って格安で譲ってもらいましょう。
ルーデウス君、それは良くないよ。僕の力を見せなきゃいけない場面なんだよ。
力といってもいろいろあるでしょう。人と人とのつながりも力です。
それじゃダメだよ。バレたらアリエル様が恥をかいちゃうし。
そうですか。ではステップとリーダーの面々を集めて。いやいやいや、ルーデウス君。安心してください。
Me when playing any fucking video game and I'm making some weird choices that chat would never make. They're like, stop, Ed. Don't. Ed, what the fuck are you? Ed, stop. 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 Sophie is the best waifu, dude. I know, Rudy's just dodging every single attempt. Like, it's so good. It's so good.
偶然にも僕らと同時期に森に入るだけです。
そんな人たちいなくても僕とルーデウス君がいれば余裕でしょ。
わかりました。その依頼、謹んで受けさせていただきます。
ありがとう、ルーデウス君。一人で森に入るのは不安だったんだ。ごめんね。いよいよ全部任せちゃったみたいで。
いえいえ。
Oh, it's a little cold. I might need you to warm me up. It's nighttime. We shouldn't continue on with this, weather. Oh, I might need you to warm me up here. I can definitely see the way that this is like, I know, ooh, type shit. Like, oh no, dude. That's what I would be like, stop it. Get some help. You have yourself a winter coat. Wow, Rudy, that's a big, long, hard stick you have there. Ooh. Hold on. That's a long stick. Like, come on, brother. Come on. They're setting this shit up, brother. They're setting this shit up. Well then, Arof. The curtains. The curtains. The damn curtains. Those curtains are going to be on my mind the entire fucking week now, man. It's beautiful, though. The way that, like, this is establishing itself.
依頼料とかそういうの払った。
Sylphie, this makes it so... This makes it sound wrong. This makes it sound really, really wrong. If your goal is to get it on with him, I know that it's for this adventure thing, But you're like, should I pay you for your services then? Bodyguard services. I know. It's bodyguard service. You just gotta call it out, brother. You just gotta call it out. Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh.
た方がいいのかな。
まさか。これは僕が善意でやっていることですので、気にしないでください。
Oh, it's not? Okay, good.
僕だってルーデウス君に依頼料を払うことぐらいできるんだからね。
That sounds better.
僕は高いですよ。
高いって、そりゃそうかもしれないけど。ルディをお金で買う。
I feel like I'm in the character's mind, man. I'm fucking mega minding this shit, brother. I'm like fucking 10-heading this shit, brother. I feel like I'm in there, man. I'm in there. I'm hard, and I'm fucking coming everywhere in there. You know, like I'm just in every nook and fucking cranny, man. I feel like I'm in there. Like, hold on. Let me fucking shit. There we go. I feel like I'm in there, man. Fucking hard-headed elf. Nah, that's Ed's hard. Not like that, cochinos, mal pensados. I'm gonna call your moms and let them know que tan cochinos están. You degenerates. And coming, what? Nick, in their mind, like, you know, like, I feel like I'm really understanding Sylvie. Oh, God.
とにかく先を急ごう。
花は崖に咲いています。そこまで雪を溶かしながら直線で移動しますので、周囲を警戒しつつついてきてください。
Isn't this amazing though? Like I'm even like my dude is just riding through this on easy mode. Like my dude could make money literally doing shit like this for people or for adventures. Like
その杖、この間持たせてもらったけどすごいよね。全部オーダーメイドで色付きの魔石までついてるなんて。王宮でしか見たことないよ。
10歳の誕生日に家庭教師をしていたお嬢様が送ってくれたんですよ。
その杖、ちょっと持ってみてもいいかな。僕、初心者用の杖しか持ってないから、そういうのに憧れてたんだ。
どうぞ、握ってみてください。
It's warm as.
どうですか?
It's warm as fucking here, guys. Like. Sorry, it's like 100 and something degrees. I have AC running and it's still fucking warm. Holy shit.
太さの方は
太いね。両手で持つことを想定してたの。
Close. It was so thick. Was it made to be held by both hands? Oh no. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to just go to full-on Dorito mode. The shots that she's shooting is insane. And Rudy's like, la 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 la. She's like shooting all of these shots, and he's just like, yeah, man. Oh.
僕が成長した後のことを想定していたのでしょう。
よし、とりあえず作戦続行だ。次はと。赤の塔。大丈夫かな。
Wait, can he dispel this though? Hold on, wait a minute. Selfie. Selfie. And for fuck's sake, Eidolon. Sorry, I'm just going off of the information that the world has taken, that the world has given us.
よし、うまくいってる。
雨雲か。フィッツ先輩、雨が降りそうです。
そうだね。この先に。
いえ、すぐに散らしますので。
やばい。ルディに教わったように、水分を雲に、それを冷やして落とす。
Oh no. Brother, she countered you. She countered you so hard, brother. She countered you. Like, it's so cute to see, like, how far she's going to try and get him in this place. But at the same time, it's like, my man. She activated the trap card as soon as she realized.
申し訳ありません、フィッツ先輩。今日はちょっと調子が悪いようです。
いいんだよ。僕が杖を返してなかったせいだね。多分ルディに本気を出させないために杖を借りたけど、逆に僕の役に立ってよかった。
まあ、降ってきたものはしょうがありません。
But also, hold on. Because a lot of people might just skip over this scene as how cute, how this, how that. But I want to highlight something. She used the staff to make it rain, and she's tired out and whatnot. But Rudy has done this countless numbers of times and been absolutely okay. How much mana does Rudy have? Like, how much does he have? Ow, Ed. Why SP? Rudy has yes mana. El mismo. Yes. Because that's sort of where my mind goes to, is like, if it's to this level where she can only use this spell once before she's out of breath, and we see my man literally just do this over, couldn't he rival like other individuals at the top tier level? Like, is his story gonna evolve into a being where, like, what are they called? Like, because there are individuals after Emperor. Give me the classes, guys. There was, what is it, like King style, Emperor style, Divine or God tier, 7 world powers. Could he get to a position where he's at a God level or a 7 world power situation, or divine? That's where my mind is at, because clearly we have situations where this is being highlighted, where this is like, we're seeing the vast differences in like mana collection and capability and so on and so forth. Emperor and then God. Ooh, Rudius literally has like the highest known mana capacity in the world at the moment. Only one greater is Laplace, Body said. They left this out in the show. To give you an idea, the stone cannon that blew up the body was Emperor level. So he's already pretty fucking close. I have another question for you, which might seem sad. I guess it is kind of sad, but I'm looking at this and I'm referring back to the opening here. If we fall, I'm assuming Mushoku Tensei follows Rudy throughout his life, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I literally, the latest book that people gifted me on Throne before they said don't put up the other ones was this volume. Hold on. It was volume 10. Sorry, I had to check. It is the last one that people gave me, right? I haven't looked at the covers. They're just placed. They're placed in the back. Literally, like, they're placed in the back over there. So my main thing is, if this follows Rudy throughout his life, will Rudy? There's various possibilities where this can go, but will Rudy, or 9 or 10, will Rudy die with his loved ones, or will he die by himself? Is Rudy going to be as lonely as he was when he first came to this world? That's where my mind is, because this whole show has been about building connections, building support networks, building all of these things, and I'm kind of wondering what would happen to Rudy if you strip that away. That's where my mind goes. Like, yeah.
確かこの先に洞窟があったはずです。そこで雨宿りしましょう。
そうだね。
あそこですね。
Oh, a cave. Why don't we put up our soaked clothes all up over here, let them dry? I'm sorry, bro. I'm looking at this. I'm like, it's raining. You don't want to get sick. Oh, man. This is the cows. Legs curtains. Oh, dude. Dude, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, the way that this is set up, the way that she set this up or they set this up is beautiful. It's fucking beautiful, man. What a crazy coincidence. I'm writing fanfics this time. I'm told you guys, I'm in their brain. I'm in their brain at this moment. I'm coming in there, man. And like, I'm coming everywhere. Like every little like nook and cranny in there. I'm just opening up the doors and I'm like, I see what they've planned. And I see what Sylphie's going for in this regard. Like, I'm in their brain. Like, I think I saw Ed on the credits. You think you saw me on the credits? If I had a penny for every girl that hit on Rudy in a cave. Phrasing. Like, I'm in their brain. I'm just, like, imagine this. I'm really, really hard, like, looking for stuff in their, that sounds wrong. I'm really, like, in every aspect or memory sequence or their mind palace, if you want to think about it that way. Like, observing everything that they've established themselves. I corrected myself. For these characters. Is this a believable action? For the most part, yes. For the most part, it like through the character dynamics that have been presented through 101 other variables, it's interesting to see the dynamics at play, and it's interesting to see the growth elements that have been at play here. Pharma, not like that, bro. So good.
俺を雇ったフィッツ先輩の様子はおかしかった。異変もあった。雨が降るにしても雲の動きが速すぎた気がする。誰かが魔術を使っていた可能性がある。フィッツ先輩はこれに気づいているのだろうか。
Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Wait a minute. She really just went back to that core memory. Holy fuck. I didn't even like that. Okay, that was out of perspective. She really like wanted to go back to that core memory, doesn't she? Hold on. Like she literally wants to set up that core memory that they had as a kid as a way of restarting everything. I said that as a joke. I didn't think this shit was actually going to come through. Yeah, it took you a minute. That's why I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. It's big brain time. Woo! Yeah, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what I've been talking about. Yeah, let's go.
顔には緊張が伺える。となれば気づいているな。これぐらいの妨害は想定内ということだろうか。さて、ひとまず。
It's just basic stuff, dude. I'm not even gonna go into it. I'm not even gonna say anything. It's just basic stuff that you would do if you've ever been out camping and stuff and you get wet. That's all I have to say, brother. Thanks so much for the follow, JC. Appreciate it. You guys are fucking goats.
これで OK だな。パンツはどうしようか。さすがにフィッツ先輩の前で脱ぎ去るわけにもいくまいが。
乾かした。
Sylphie, your answer is right there. Your answer is right there, my girl. Your answer is right there. If you're ever wondering if he ever thinks about you or if he remembers you or anything like that, he has the necklace around him. He has the necklace around him. The answer is right there. Like, that's all I gotta say. Like,
フィッツ先輩。
何かな。
昔知り合いの少女からエルフは別の種族に肌を見られること。
Growth. Mushoku Tensei is for fucking pervs. Oh my god. He's doing it again. Growth. Redemption story doesn't mean that you change 110%. Redemption story is not like, oh, he's completely absolved all of his sins or anything like that. No. It's about the process of growing. It's a process of growth and failure. Because you gotta fail to grow. And that is why it's huge. This is why it's important to look at his story and not just automatically make an assumption off the first thing and let it play out and see everything that's possible through there. Because compare this to the first time that happened. It's a wide growth, man. That is a wide possibility for growth.
禁忌とするという話を聞き及んでいます。僕は後ろを向いて目をつむりますので、その間に魔術を使って服を乾かしてください。
Oh.
Fitz 先輩。
Brother.
せめて着替えてください。なんでしたら個室でも作りましょうか。いや、俺が洞窟から出ていく。そうしましょう。それがいい。
待ってよ。
風ひきますよ。
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between in this world, communication is important. We can't read your minds. We're not psychic. No one is psychic. Please communicate your needs. Please, like, por favor. Please. Like, if you're throwing hints at something, remember, sometimes people are really bad at picking up hints. Just say what you want and, you know.
そうだね。
服脱がないと危ないですよ。体温が下がると人は死ぬんですから。
True.
死んじゃうね。このままだと。
This sounds like a you problem. I've told you how to survive. She's so cute though. She's so cute. But it's like, bro, I've given you opportunities. Like, that's not what she said. What'd she say, Eidolon? Hold on. Eidolon, what did she say? Because it feels like the subs are off. Hold on. Let's get Eidolon to she said, I'll die at this rate. Thank you, Eidolon. You see, this is why we have some amazing guys. Give it up for Eidolon for actually helping us out here.
死んじゃうね。このままだと自分じゃ脱げないんだ。脱がせてよ。
Bruh.
自分で脱げないなら僕が脱がせるしかありませんね。
Rudy. Is your TOS? Oh fuck, spicy mango. I'm fucking dying. Spicy. The spicy scene. It feels like something spicy scene. Oh, okay, no TOS. Oh fuck, dude. Some please don't clip that. Cover your screen. Cat TOS. Spicy mango sounds like an interesting concept. Oh.
実はですね、僕はフィッツ先輩が女だと知ってるんですよ。
でも脱がせてくれないと僕死んじゃうかもしれないね。
Brother. I'm dying here, man.
この赤く染まる耳、どこかで見たことはなかったか。
Oh man.
昔こんなことがあった。5歳か6歳の頃だったか。
Oh man.
確かにあった。
Isn't this a very similar shot to what was used when he was a kid? Like, isn't this a very, very similar shot that like was used when he was? It's the same shot, yeah, yeah. That's what I thought. Like, I was like, this reminds me of that same angle, same everything. Yeah, holy shit, bro. And there's people out there that like, you know, will criticize like, you know, these particular things and be like, what the fuck? It's no purpose. There is no payoff. You know, and it's interesting because you're really seeing the maturity and the aspects of it like change, right? You're really starting to see everything like transform and change in a different manner, which is beautiful. Like, wow. In a way, aside from being horny, this is actually a really beautiful scene. Because in a big way, it's not just revealing like the core aspect as to who Fitz is to then him realizing who Sophie is, but at the same time, it's taking off the identities and being at a core self. Like, this is like actually very beautiful and like very intimate in the way that this is being shot, right? Because it's taking away a lot of the layers that we have built upon ourselves from the roles that we have expected upon each other. And it's beautiful to see just the way that this is transitioning. So aside from like, oh, it's horny or it's like extremely sensual, it's very intimate. It's a very, very intimate scene that like you can literally start seeing in the way that he's like caressing everything and going through everything, right? Because he likes, for example, for being honest, there's a whole concept of Fitz, right? And he doesn't care if Fitz was a boy or a girl, and he stated this very out loud. And coming through and starting to reveal what makes Fitz and coming into the underlying issue, like, or the underlying individual, that's awesome. Taking off the layers of expectations, trauma.
どこかで見たことはなかったか。 昔こんなことがあった。5歳か6歳の頃だったか。確かにあった。
See, to even the gloves, which is like, if they wanted to, they could have done this in one fell swoop, but yet he's slowly taking it off. He's slowly revealing the truth. He's slowly coming to terms as to who's present in front of him. Like, everything like that he's doing is being handled with such great care that you can tell it's a big moment for him. You can tell it's a big moment for her to actually like take off this identity that is who she wants it to be. And for him as well. Like, that's huge, man. No music, no nothing. Like, yeah, it's...
まだ一つ残ってるよ。
Oh, my heart, dude.
フィッツ先輩。
何？
Oh, my heart.
もしかしてフィッツ先輩の本名は
Ah.
シルフィエットというのではないでしょうか。
Ah, I'm gonna cry, cat. Oh, dude, I can't. Oh, fuck you guys. I'm over here like, I'm tearing the fuck up. Fuck you. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Que bonito. That's so cute, but fuck you guys. It hurts. Oh, it's cute. It's cute. It's adorable, but... Oh.
そう、僕はシルフィエット。上野村のシルフィエットです。やっと言えた。
That's what it's all about. That's what we've been waiting for.
あの時と似ていた。彼女は相変わらず泣き虫だ。
僕ずっと待ってたんだよ。上野村でずっと頑張ってたんだよ。昔からずっと
I can't, man.
レディが好きでした。今はもっと好きです。
Ah.
離れないでください。
Please never leave me again. My heart, it breaks, but also... It's, yeah, the anxious attachment is just triggered in there. And I can tell displacement causes trauma, causes us to grow up in a different environment, can cause anxiety, which 110% agree with. But as we read earlier in the studies, I'm like, I love them. Like, they're cute. They're adorable. I'm glad that they came to be in the way that they came to be. Está bien bonito, güey. Me hizo llorar. Tipo Rosa de Guadalupe. Like, you know, fucking novella status. Like, beautiful. Like, lengths of beauty and lengths of, like, everything. And we got the resolution. We got the fact that he's able to go out and identify with her and see her for who she is and not the role that she has had to play. A lot of wonderful and, like, absolutely beautiful aspects through this. But also... I'm going to spam this message until you read it. Also, notice how Fit, she always calls him Rudius. But when he took off her glasses, she calls him Rudy. It is. It's adorable. Nothing can go wrong, though, right?
ずっと一緒にいたいです。
I don't know about that. Wait, but we have one more... Wait, we have one more episode, though, yeah? We have one more episode, right? Well, what's the next episode gonna be? Rudy and Sylphie get it on? Like, what's the next episode gonna be? Sex. Yes. Oh no. Oh no. Everyone type in curtains. Just type curtains if you guys think it's just gonna be a bunch of sex. Curtains. 28 minutes of curtains, guys. 28 minutes of nothing but curtains. Curtains all around, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're gonna get. Plot twist through curtains. Oh no. What a beautiful episode. I'll give my full thoughts at the end here. Hold on. That was a beautiful episode. Holy fuck. I want to tell you. You know what she has to do to start that process of healing for Rudy? Because Rudy might get hard, he might not get hard, who the fuck knows? But in order for her to make like an impact in his life, she just has to tell him like, I'm here for you. I'm not gonna leave you. I love you. Like, just give him some head pats and whatnot, and Rudy may start that process of change. Because while Rudy's might get hard, while he might have these interactions, while he might fall like for love, oftentimes what people need is an anchor point. And people need someone that they can feel anchored, like what home is. And that's a big moment. Fun fact, if you take episodes 10 and 12, it becomes, I want to convey these feelings to you. Yeah. Seguro que eso llega 10, 11, 12. I want to convey these feelings to you. And oh, that's adorable. That is adorable. Read the titles. 10, 11, 12. These feelings. Anatae. And doesn't say episode. I want to tell you these feelings for you, I guess, yeah. To you, I want to tell these feelings to you. To you, yes, my love. All right, there we go. Guys, what a fantastic episode. Like, I just can't state it enough. Mushoku Tensei is fucking peak. Like, Mushoku Tensei, like, people were probably, like, you know, even myself, there's been moments where I've criticized something, then I've seen, like, it come back around later on, and I'm like, that's fucking genius. That is a, like, brilliant way of writing this into the script and bringing it back all the way around. And it's beautiful to see it. Like, it's beautiful to see an author that takes such great care of their characters that, like, they're not just throwing in anything, and they're wrapping it all the way through. And, like, that is amazing. And that is phenomenal to see that, like, nothing is just thrown out there for no reason. There is purpose, and that relationships do matter in this show. The way that they interact, the way that they get with one another is beautiful. The most genius part of this anime is without a doubt Rudy. Yeah, probably. Yeah, every scene matters in the show. It does, and it's awesome to see. It's awesome to see that, like, you know, you don't need to put like high level language and be sophisticated and be like, you see, the reason why you don't get this is because the author wrote this. It's such a high level of understanding that you wouldn't possibly pick it up. As I'm working through volume 1, something that I really love is that it's written in layman's terms. It's written in a way that you're able to pick it up and understand it and not have to struggle with like going back and forth or whatnot. It's like anyone's able to pick up volume 1 and go off of that. Like, you know, like pick it up with ease and read it and like feel it. while other individuals or other novels out there that like you pick it up and you're like, okay, this is, or like even chapters that we've read on here where it's pretty difficult to fully conceptualize what is being shared. That's why I'm like, it's awesome to see the way that this season has gone. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you all. We will have SP probably joining us in a little bit. I got to go to the restroom. We're going to a quick little break in a little bit. I want to say this episode was really, really good. It feels like all the dominoes are falling into place, but I am curious what comes next. What comes next? And that is where my mind rushes to. What comes next? Where are we heading into? What is the next arc? Are we ever going to find Zenith? What is Paul doing at this time? Is Aisha and Norn okay? Where is Lilia? Is Lilia okay? Where is Ruchard? Where's Orsted? There's so many fantastic questions to be asked that I am fucking thrilled. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you all. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hey, stay tuned. We have SP coming on in just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, give me a quick couple of minutes. I'm going to go into Be Right Back, and we'll be back, and we'll probably go into our little bit of a discussion. Again, have a final due later on, so probably have to focus on that later on in the evening. But right now, going to the restroom, quick 1 minute break, 2 minute break, and we'll be back with SP, ladies and gentlemen. Be right back. Hey, there we go. Here it is, the fabulous, the wonderful SP. SP, what is up? How was the episode for you? Also, let me
It's a terrible episode.
Terrible episode? Oh. Okay, what would you give it out of 10, though?
I'd give it a rat out of 10.
Oh, actually, the rat thing isn't affecting me anymore. Like, it took me a solid week, and then my mind's like, all right, just let it go. It'll come back when it comes back. Like, it's wonderful.
You're like, you realize it's going to be too long of a wait. You're like, I have to pack it up for a bit.
Exactly. And it's like my mind even came into the consideration of other animals as well, which is like, if SP decides to be like a dog or the cat, it's like more than likely going to be like nothing like in reference right now, but probably in like future orientations, or like one scene where a cat comes on screen or something as silly as that. So my mind's like, just let it go. It is what it is. It is what it is.
What about 2 cats, a dog, and a tree?
Those sounds like pets. Like a majority of them. Except for the tree. What the fuck? Did you get a bunch of people angry already? No, you're fine. Anyway.
Not yet.
Okay. For this episode, first off, the Ariel's faces and the whole emotions that were being showcased as Sylphie was showcasing what she wants Rudy to do to her. Amazing. I quite enjoyed that.
That still shot image. There's this perfect still shot image of her face. It's so good.
Oh, wow.
I kept it for a rainy day for memes.
You kept it for a rainy day. Sylphie down horrendous. So I guess the line of questioning comes for you, right? Which is you being in Rudius's position at this point in time. Would it be easier or harder for you to fall in love?
I think, that's an interesting question because, yeah, being in a position like he is, it would be quite difficult because of the emotional state that he's in some aspects. Like, he'd be numb to certain emotions, but at the same time, he still overcame that with Sylphia because of that bonding that they had. It was kind of like, I don't know, they started off like besties in the sense of like bros, and Rudy always confiding in him and going to him and being like, you know, all Fitz will understand, and then building that mutual understanding and friendship and companionship, and then it building beyond that. And I think that's the thing, it's a very slow and gradual component, right, rather than quick. And I think that's probably why it worked better for Rudy, but I think the trust really helps for him. But I definitely think it would be a lot more challenging, and it's not like he fell head over heels straight away or anything.
Well, I mean, through that, I guess a big component or something big that comes like from me is a lot of people expect him, for example, There's been some really weird comments that have come up lately, so we're going to address some of those in a bit. But like, there's been a lot of people that feel like Rudy is using like Sylphie as an end to the like, or means to an end. But I don't see it that way at all. I don't know if you do or if you've encountered those comments.
I've had someone relay some interesting comments about some of the talk that's going around in the community, because basically as soon as the episode finished, I made my video and then went to bed. So I always wake up to always the spice, and I did see someone mention that, and that is such a weird take. And I'm trying to wrap my head around like how someone can think about that logically. Rudy using Sylphie to cure his ED, but at the same time we still have one more episode to go, so it's one of those where I feel like I think people might still get a bit of a surprise next episode.
I mean, and I think this is another one, which is people criticize. Okay, first off, the curtains. Before we get into that, the beautiful, luscious curtains here. I guess I'll ask this, which is Sylphie gonna get pregnant? And I know I'm rooting in this way just because of the conversations, how things have been leading to. Are we about to see a pregante Sylphie here?
I mean, from her conversation in this episode, she's definitely not opposed to having many children if Rudy desires those many children. So it all comes down to, does Rudy want children? Because she's open to it.
Okay, how many? If you were in Rudy's shoes, how many kids would you give her?
I'm not answering that question, mister.
No!
I know what you're trying there.
No. Fine. How many kids would you have in general? What is your goal amount, SP, if you could? Or if you even want kids, how about that?
I got an even dirtier question. How many kids do you think Rudy will have compared to Sylphia?
Wait, what? Rudy will have compared to... Wait.
So, next question.
Wait, no. Does that mean that Rudy's going to hook up with other people as well? That is an interesting question. If you're phrasing it that way, it's like...
I mean, if that was to happen, Sylphie would be pretty upset, wouldn't she? I mean, bit of a playboy.
Wait a minute. So then the Paul blood doesn't stop there. The Grey Rat blood doesn't stop there. Oh no. Like Paul? I mean,
let's hope he doesn't do a Paul situation now. Sleeping with another woman. Naughty boy.
Oh, you naughty. The way you did your little devilish smile there. Aw. What would happen? Okay. He goes... Oh, no. If you were to fuck around, wouldn't you just go back to Ariel? Like, would she even stand Rudy at that point? Oh, now I have you on the defensive.
The answer will be in due time, and it will involve a rat.
Oh, I'm sure.
It actually does involve a rat.
Hold on.
That's a hard one to answer. Because would Rudy really want to see Eris again? After everything that's transpired, would Rudy be that comfortable?
Interesting how you
what would push Rudy to make him forgive her?
Hold on. That is so interesting that you shifted this to Eris. That is so interesting. Because wait a minute. So what does Roxy have? What does Roxy have to do with this?
Wait, when did I say Roxy?
I got him. Yes. Because you said Eris as a deflection method, and I've started to learn your deflective methods quite early on. So you throw one thing as a misdirect. So then what does Roxy have to do with this shit? Hold on. Wait a minute. He dug himself into a hole here, and he's trying to get out.
I threw a 3D chest, a 4D chest, a 5G chest. Multi-dimensional chess.
Yeah, we're playing multi-dimensional chess here. Because you threw out Eris just as a random thing. So I threw out Roxy back, and your eyes instantly shifted into recollection mode, which is amazing. It's amazing to see, like, your face go into, like, recollection mode. Like, wait a minute. Oh, fuck. When did I say this? Like, oh, that's so good. Honestly, when you watch back the VOD, watch your face. Fucking amazing.
I'm going to have to now.
It's fucking amazing.
Because I panicked there. I was like, wait, I didn't say anything about Roxy.
Yeah, you see? Like, your eyes just instantly went there. That's why I was like, But through that, Ed could be a great lawyer with that smooth talk. I mean, one day, hopefully. One day, we'll get SP lawyer section here. Okay, but on the real, though, I guess coming through this, are people, or at least in your, like, aspect of the community or out loud, are people criticizing this episode? And if so, for what?
I know what the criticisms are going to be before they've happened. Mainly because they've already kind of cropped up because of the relationship between Sylvia and Rudy, which is mostly to do with grooming, which I just think is really illogical and kind of a little bit stupid. And that's the one thing that I see will probably be brought up quite a lot, is because of the relationship that they had previously as childhood, and them seeing Rudy as the older individual mentally in their mind. They're saying that he's older, so because of that, he's had a greater advantage, and he's using that to manipulate Sylvia into a relationship, which I think is kind of stupid in itself, because you got to remember that he's digressed as an individual because of his past life. He's not matured, and then he's been given a second life, and even then he struggled to make friendships in his new life because of his fears of going outside. So his only true first friend is Sylvia. And yes, Rudy's joked about the whole a bit of a playboy kind of attitude, or Sylvia's a pretty boy, so I'll be able to get all the chicks and all that kind of stuff. But it's all just passing remarks in his mind. But he's always had kind of a good friendship until Rudy discovered that Sylvia was a she instead of a he. And that's when he kind of sort of developed some feelings, and then he wanted to acquire additional money and funds so that he could go to university along with Sylvia and pay for Sylvia's, because clearly he wanted to stay with Sylvia. So, I mean, they clearly want to be close together through that early stage, but I don't see that as grooming in itself. I see that as like companionship, friendship, like something meaningful that could have blossomed into something. Like, what if Rudy never went and saw Eris? What if the Mana disaster never happened? Where would have that friendship gone? And I think it would have been something strong and foundational where they would have just been very close, and it would have been probably that childhood friend get together kind of thing played out in a different way. But I just, I don't really agree with the grooming thing, but I know that's going to be one thing that's going to be brought up quite a lot because of the whole recollection and coming back together.
Sure. Hold on. Because my big thing is, what is, like, if they're trying to go ahead and go in this regard, what is grooming? Like, what is specifically that they're pointing out that is grooming behavior or grooming in general? That's what I'm curious about. Because, like, let's take this into consideration. Number one, they've been separated since they were kids. Number 2, there's more of a power dynamic at play between Ariel and Sylphie than there has been between Rudy and someone else. Oh, put it out there. I'll go grab it in a bit. I'm doing something. My brother just came in. He was like, I got you something. But no, this is like one of the big things that I'm thinking about, because I'm like, Ariel has literally started shifting her personality, or like, into the role of Fitz in that way. But even then, that's because of a role that she has to play, as opposed to like, if Rudy was being like, I want you to be this way and act this way, and they've been together since they were kids for like 10 plus years, and like, I'm so interested because they're of the same age. So what is grooming? Well, let's start with that. What is the grooming behavior that they're talking about?
I think from their standpoint, the grooming is because of Rudy's age, he's able to manipulate her to be molded into the woman or wife that he desires, which I don't really see that as proper grooming, because there'd have to be some manipulation in it, and Rudy is not smart enough to be that manipulative. He's as dense as a rock when it comes to women in itself and actual social skills. I mean, you just look at his past life. He doesn't have the social skills to be able to manipulate a person, other than like Paul when they got into an argument, but that was because Rudy had some experience when it came to issues in that specific area. So Rudy had one good area that he could work with, but when it comes to actual relationship based things, I think Rudy's completely in the dark. So and I mean, you see Sylphie is very independent in themselves. They're willing to do whatever they want. Like when Rudy wants to teach Sylphie stuff, and she's like kind of guilt trips him, like, oh, can you teach me silent casting? And he's, oh, I guess so. And then she learns it instantly. It shows that she is independent in herself. She can do what she desires. But I think it's mutual respect and companionship, I think, is between them. It's not some weird power dynamic between them.
Right.
And I think that's the thing. People are trying to claim that Rudy has this power dynamic over Sylvia, which I don't agree with. I think they're on even footing and they both complement each other, which is why I think they make a perfect couple. As much as Rudy probably likes bigger breasts, but I think at the end of the day, Rudy kind of is like the Issei Kyoto of Mushoku Tensei, where he's willing to overlook all those kind of things, even though he might have preferences. He's willing to overlook over things like that, and just all he cares about is that companionship. And I think that's why they work so well together. And I think that's why he fell in love with Sylphie again, even when he initially thought Sylphie was a dude with the name Fitz, because they just work so well together, like a jigsaw puzzle.
So let me highlight this, because I've been typing it up, because I'm like, we need a clear definition to what psychology even states is grooming, because for me this doesn't fit in any way, shape, or form. So here we go.
I mean, to me, I don't even really understand what the definition of grooming is, because I've seen it being thrown around so much online that the word just becomes so muddied, and so I don't even really understand what the word means when it comes to their definition. I just assume the word means, based on my basic understanding, is that it's meant to be seen as someone that has a power dynamic that's towering over someone, that can manipulate someone. Say like a work colleague or something. Like you're in a workplace, your boss is manipulating you, telling you to do things, shaping your behavior, shaping your day-to-day life, and making you behave in a certain way that goes against what you want to do. And I see that maybe is grooming. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm don't know the proper definition, so I'm just going based on my own guesses. But when I read Twitter's definition, it's basically grooming is everything: friendship, family. You walk down the street and you open the door for someone, that's grooming. It's like, okay, the definition just becomes too broad at that point when I read it online.
So let me showcase.
I say Twitter, but I mean, I see it on Reddit as well and on the comment section, so it's not just Twitter. I'm
reading from this, which is a preventative intervention to reduce risk of grooming among adolescents. It states, it's a peer-reviewed article. Grooming is the process through which an adult manipulates a minor over the purpose of sexually abusing the minor. This process can include both sexual solicitations of minors by adults to engage in conversations or send sexual content, as well as sexual interactions with that adult, either online or in person. It continues by saying, Grooming tends to be a gradual process over time intended to trick minor for sexual solicitation purposes, and the adult tends to ask sexual content from the minor. Strategies include, right, deception, showing interest in the victim's lives, giving material goods to minors, progressive sexualization, or explicit aggression. I don't see any of that like fit in.
Well, I mean, there's definitely no aggression, and as far as gifts go, I mean, the only thing that Rudy wanted to give was that tuition for uni, but he never actually had given it. He had to prep for it, which was the whole error situation. If anything, Sylphia did a better job at grooming Rudy than Rudy groomed Sylphia at that point then.
Oh gosh. Also, hi Valdis. We have a VTuber in the chat with us today. But no, like I agree with you on this, and I think here's another one.
Oh, he did give the wand, but that was a graduation gift, so I'd say that is very harmless.
Right. And I think giving
Rocky did the same thing for him, so he felt that it was tradition. So I mean, I get that, but it's like that's about as strong as of an argument you can get, and that's weak in itself.
So here's another one, right? You guys ready for this one? See, that's what I mean about wish fulfillment. You can't tell me that Sylphie being freaky has nothing to do with Rudy. We just went earlier over. Yeah, I was about to say anyone can be kinky, dude. And even through that, here's another big one. We literally went over at the very beginning of the stream how your attachment style can lead to developments of your kinks, and anxiously attached individuals can be very, very kinky. They can be very, very into, like, hey, I'm just going to say, like, you know, if you're into breeding or impregnation or, like, you know, CNC or any type of play, hey, you do you. No kink shaming in this community. But there seems...
What if my kink shaming is kink shaming? What if my kink is kink shaming?
What if your kink shaming is kink shaming? Oh. But through that, I think it's important to highlight it, because it feels as though oftentimes, no matter what, people like to point it elsewhere, where it's like, this, like, girls can't be sexual, girls can't be kinky. And it's like, what the fuck are people doing if they're shooting down people in this regard? Where they're saying, like, this girl's like, you know, for example, Valdis, I hope you don't mind if I use you. Valdis is very hypersexual because of a past relationship. And it's like, no, it might just be because Valdis wanted to be sexual. Or, you know, this guy's hyposexual because of a past relationship. It could be because that guy just wanted to go ahead and, like, I don't know, maybe he thinks sex is gross. It has nothing to do with like, you can have certain preferences be built up because of a person, but that doesn't mean that it's all allotted. Like, SB tainted my view on, like, spanking, and now, like, you know, I am forever scarred. Unless it's trauma based, no. Yeah.
It's rather funny when people say that men are kinky and women aren't kinky. You should go to my DMs with me and Nat. I tell you right now, if you read the DMs between me and Nat, you'll realize that she's the kinky one when it comes to me and her.
Well, yeah. But also, a lot of people...
I'm like a 1, she's a 10.
A lot of people have this thing where it's like, oh yeah, like, there's still people that believe, oh yeah, girls don't fart, girls don't masturbate, girls don't masticate, girls don't do this. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's still a weird like, you know, like, restraint or oppressiveness that comes through sexual education, you know? Also, hey, yo, you and Nat in the DMs? Now you got me all like, wait a minute. How do we...
I mean, chat only needs to remember what she says on Twitter, then take that another scale up. But I think it's interesting because it feels like women get shamed into not being allowed to be kinky, which is kind of stupid. Like, you know, don't people want women to be able to express themselves more freely? So kink shaming, yeah, it's like their kink is kink shaming. It's just kind of weird because, yeah.
And yes,
I don't know. My history with men and women, I've found more women to actually be more kinky than men. But that's just personal experience myself.
I was going to say same. I've been introduced into a whole world of things because of women. I'm not just going to say like, oh yeah, I showed them the thing. I was
going to say the same. There are things that I never knew about until a woman explained it to me. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm really into this. And I'm like, that's a thing?
It's like, whatever you're into, sure, let's go ahead.
I feel like an innocent Christian boy that's never been tainted my entire life. When some of the conversations I've had with some women, it's just like.
But also, let's talk about power dynamics here, because I think that's a big one. And I think that, like, in any show or in any medium, people automatically try to throw this, like, at each other, right? Which is, there's a clear power dynamic that is set here, and clearly Rudy is abusing this power dynamic. Currently, I would say that's impossible. Currently, Rudy is not interacting with Sophie, he's interacting with Fitz. And in his mind, him and Fitz are the same. So how can this progressively lead? If we're talking about Sophie, on the other hand, Sophie feels the same way. She's just happy that Rudius is there. She might have him on a pedestal, however, that does not mean the power dynamic is there, because she is Fitz and she has to act like Fitz. Inside of her, she might be like, oh man, I love Rudy. However, she has to act like Fitz, and Fitz is a person of power, is a bodyguard of the princess. So you have these ranging power dynamics here that is not just one oppressing over the other. And it's important to highlight, because people love to throw, like, even age gaps. I've heard a person that, like, oh, SP, how old are you?
33.
33. I've heard a person be like, oh, you're dating someone that's 28 or 29. You've groomed her. You groomed her, SP, just because you're older than that person. And it's like, what? Oh, another one. People saying, oh, if you're straight or you believe in, like, heterosexual relationships, which, by the way, some people screenshotted it and were sending it all around, you are homophobic in that way, right? So Rudy's just trying to be straight, like, in that instance, makes him a homophobic. And it's like, too. What?
Yeah, honestly, last week I thought there'd be more discussion about Rudy being bi-curious, but it seems to be it turned into Rudy being homophobic because he has a preference. And I'm like, really? That's where it went. The Mushoku Tensei community always blows me away where it ends up going. Where I think it's going to go, and then where it ends up going ended up surprising me. But I'm not surprised at the grooming and that's been brought up, because that's something that's been brought up well before season 2 came out. That was how me and Ed first met, which was discussion of grooming, because it was on Twitter.
Right.
Which, yeah, I expect to see again.
That's something that I don't know how the rest of chat feels on this. I genuinely hate when people start throwing out, like, and I'm going to clarify this way again, and I want people that are doing this to clearly understand this. Just because you have your bachelor's degree in psychology does not make you a therapist. It does not make you a psychologist. There's a big difference. I really, really want to clarify this, because it seems to be that, like, there are a lot of people out there who either have their associate's degree or they're just getting into psychology, and they're immediately jumping in, making diagnoses, and, like, literally criticizing people, characters, whatnot. Like, I've never, like, we can point stuff out, but I'm never going to be like, shame on Subaru, shame on this person, shame on that person, because you're taught in your master's program, credentialing, even your doctoral program, unconditional positive regard. That means you, even if the person is an unreliable narrator, you treat them for what they're worth and what their story is sharing. You don't go in there and shame a person and start throwing out their random diagnoses just because you have a bachelor's degree. You don't even get into diagnosing or areas of critiquing or self-growth or all of that stuff into your master's program. I just want to go ahead and highlight that, because there seems to be a lot of individuals that are like, well, actually, and it's like, well, actually, you just hit the basics of anything. And that doesn't give you the ability to go ahead and even diagnose people. That doesn't give you the ability to go in and actually construct even a profile of an individual and be able to break it down. Like, I don't mean to be that guy, but it seems to be like this has been on the rise, where there's a lot of people that have just, like, it's not even my content, but just like in general being like hateful and being like, I'm a psychologist or I'm a therapist, and they don't even have their degree or their graduate degrees or licensing in that environment. So I just want to go ahead and make that PSA, just because, oof. Con los que trabajas, yeah. My ex had his bachelor's in psych, but worked at a bar and straight used to gaslight me. Psychology can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Absolutely.
That is very true.
So let's talk about this a bit further. Right, because I feel like there's the whole grooming aspect is something that like is probably going to make its rounds, is probably going to go and continue.
Oh, yeah, it will.
How do you feel about this tribalism that is growing in I wouldn't say Mushoku Tensei community, but in the anime community overall? Where it feels like it's either a Mushoku Tensei or like if you're a part of Mushoku Tensei, you're bad, you're evil, you're so on and so forth.
I have noticed it's a very growing thing over the last 3 to 4 years. It's been a very build up, and yeah, it's not just the Mushoku Tensei things. It's not just specific to that anime, because before I even got on stream, I just had flipped over to Twitter and I noticed someone was body shaming someone because they looked younger, and they were basically saying, hey, if you like a woman that's under this age, and they were cosplaying as an anime character from One Punch Man, so most people can probably twig what I'm referring to. That's circulating again, where they were like, oh, you're a pedophile if you like this kind of body structure. And I'm like, but they're a full-grown adult and they're just short. And it's like the amount of shaming that goes in the anime community, whether it's things like grooming, pedophilia, or just hating people for personal tastes and all that, it's become a very rampant thing. And it does feel like some aspects of the anime community are getting politicized almost as like left versus right, which I think is completely stupid, because those animes have nothing to do with politics whatsoever, and especially real world politics, let alone American politics. So it's so far broken out of reality that they take the smallest of thing, they jam it in, and then just like, let's turn this into some divisive thing, and it's you versus me, and if you don't agree with me, you're all these buzzwords. And I don't think it's helping at all, because I think it's removing away from good discussions that can be made, and discussions that can bring awareness, educate people, allow people to gain some wisdom, especially when you look at things like Rudy with ED and all that. I kind of wish more people, not just me and you. I mean, there have been some others, but not as much. So not to discredit anyone that has been talking about ED, because it's great to see more people talking about it, but I kind of wished it was more broadly talked about.
Right.
Because it's one of those things that I do feel like gets shamed so much.
Yeah.
And I saw it in the anime community as soon as it got brought up with Rudy having ED, people mocking him and laughing at him. And then when he tried to game end himself, people were mocking him then. It was almost like they got a kick out of that. And I'm just like, this is a real issue that happens.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of sad, because these are things that come up in animes. Animes do bring up, especially mature animes bring up, and even animes like Pokemon bring up these kind of things, complex topics that can delve into things like depression, anxiety, social issues that happen with everyday people, and yet we brush over them because people are too busy making weird political activist statements, and that has nothing to do with it. And it's becoming very divisive. And it's not just anime as well, it's like all forms of media, but because we're so wrapped up in the anime community, it's, I don't know, it's detaching away from good conversations that we can have, and instead of we're having some weird tribalist, let's get some pitchforks out and start poking each other until someone ends up getting hurt in the process, which I think is just unproductive in itself. And it's disappointing.
I mean, we don't got to go this far. We touched on it last week. Erika. Let's be real here. During his time, while he did have a loving supportive community of the Joy Boys, and that whole community of his reactions and whatnot, he also had a lot of haters and a lot of people that literally he was questioning the Joy-Con boys, that he was literally questioning his own sanity at times, and he was screaming for help, literally screaming for mental health help, and people that in his community that genuinely cared about him were worried about him, but there were others who quite literally just kept poking the bear and poking the bear and poking the bear, and they still made fun of him after he passed away. And it's heartbreaking. And that's I don't know, for me it really showcases that sometimes people thinks it's all a game and that their words and stuff don't carry meaning, and they forget that it does. That really, really does impact another. He was an amazing creator, guys, and I think he influenced the React sphere a lot, and just I guess anything sphere, because he was a pretty hype man. But through that, I'll share this, and I think I've opened up about it in Trigger Warning. Even though I'm a psychologist, and even though I've gone through 101 things, I've tried to end it before. It's a very human thing when you feel like you've hit rock bottom, and you feel as though you've broken, through a lot of interpersonal barriers. You feel like there's no hope, or you feel like there's no way of climbing out of whatever hole you're in. It's something that can happen. And hearing people making fun of the scenarios, who knows who's out there and watching this show and maybe relating it, maybe trying to take the steps to heal, and all of a sudden you see a bunch of people making fun of it, and it can influence an individual to take an action. Which, by the way, PSA, if you are feeling in that way, or you are in danger in any way, shape, or form, please reach out for help. Reach out to your support network. Contact your local crisis network, mobile support, 911, whoever you need. You are important. You are... Even if you don't hear it, like, I love you guys a lot. I respect you guys. I like you guys, the community in general. You guys are always in my mind, and I want you guys to know, like, if you just randomly encounter this video, know that I'm pretty sure even SB agrees with me on this. Like, you are valued as a human being, as an individual, and like, wherever you might be, seek out help if you truly need it. Like, I would rather have you like shitstorming on chat or whatnot, or joining us and like leaving weird comments, than for you to not be here. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to go that deep. But no, it's just something.
I don't know, I was going pretty deep, and then you just kind of continued the rabbit hole.
But it's just something that, like, I feel it needs to be touched on. It needs to be like tackled, because even for like creators, like SB, I guess I'll ask you this, and you can feel free to answer or not. Have you ever attempted?
I haven't ever attempted, but I have thought about it.
Right.
And planned it out in my head, but I never ended up attempting it.
So I wonder, and this is something like, because those thoughts, the ideation, whatnot, can come and go. The call of the void can be big depending on what's happening in our life. And I do wonder, for a lot of the content creators and even VTubers and stuff, like, if they've ever thought about it. Because sometimes, while being in public, having this stuff on, like, helping people, it can be great. It can be wonderful talking, having your community and whatnot. But at the same time, some of those comments can get to a lot of creators. And even just the sphere that you're in, the criticism, the hate, all of that.
Yeah, I think as content creators, and it's something that I see, especially in some of the anime communities, is when they start swinging at like content creators. I see this quite a lot. Like, they'll see one content creator they don't like, and then they'll use the broad stroke of, well, they're all the same, and then there's always the slander of them. And I think some people forget that we are human. I think sometimes people disconnect the human element of us with the content creation. And I get that sometimes people get frustrated with things like clickbaiting and misinformation and that kind of stuff. But I think people forget that there is a human element to it, except for those robot AI channels. There's no human element to that. But I think also when it comes to that kind of stuff, I think some people need to realize that as much as I hate clickbait, as much as the next person, we all are part of a system, and YouTube sometimes fosters bad behavior.
Right.
But there is still a human behind it. And I think it's fair to be critical of people, call people out for their faults and stuff, but do it in a constructive way, do it in a way that doesn't belittle, demean the person, because I think that's what a lot of things have turned into, and especially in the anime community, is if you don't like something, or you don't like what you've read or heard, it instantly just goes into like petty, childish insults, and it goes even beyond that, where it becomes almost vindictive, petty, manipulative, and
right.
It just, yeah, and it just becomes cyberbullying in itself, and then it ends up going to extremes where people try to dox them and then go through their dirty laundry in a sense, and drag up tweets from like years ago where someone said something stupid, like a hot take that was probably at the moment they probably thought, oh, was really cool and edgy, and then realized, a week, a month, a year later, they're like, that was kind of stupid, but forgot about it.
Right.
There's still a human element to people, and I think it involves all aspects. But I don't think the problem's going to go away anytime soon.
Right.
Just because of inherent how social media functions. And it's not just even social media, it's like mainstream media as well, because I feel like even mainstream media has turned into shitty versions of content creators. YouTubers are known for clickbaiting, spreading misinformation, but mainstream media does the same thing, and people use that. They take it and then they use it as a way to attack people and individuals. And I think we're just got to be mindful that not everything we read on the internet is true, because I see that a lot where someone makes up stuff.
Right.
I mean, I see that with Chibi as well. Like a couple of weeks ago, months ago, it's like a reoccurring thing. Whenever Chibi says something, makes a meme or something, and it's like harmless, people start like retweeting it, start wishing death on him, or drag up stuff that he said like years ago, and it's just like, really? It's like,
I mean,
like, take a step back and realize that, one, he's human, two, probably shouldn't spend that much time digging through someone's old tweets.
Well, I was going to say, people evolve, and I feel like people forget that we're all changing and growing individuals, and we're learning from our experiences and whatnot. The hate for Chibi it really is insane, and it breaks my heart because he's such a cool dude, and seeing the amount of hate and whatnot. And then if you're going to hate on someone, at least be open to talking about it and, like, you know, actually be responding like a human being, not just going into your servers or your Twitters, whatnot, and, like, you know, literally blocking off into your echo chambers and then coming back and doing that over and over and over again. It's kind of disgusting to see. And this is something that I will always point out. There's a difference between criticism and hate, right? I.e., hey, you know what? I really like that you worked on this. Honestly, the video editing was a little rough, but that's okay. Hey, you know what? Maybe for the, like, it'll get better in the future. Criticism. Hate, Espa, you fucking suck. Blah, 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 blah. Like, directed attacks. And this is something that I found disheartening going around, which is going to, like, other people's servers, other content creator servers, friends or whatnot, and seeing their communities be just hateful, be spiteful. And it should, like, you know, and it's individuals that constantly, creators or individuals that constantly come in and are open, and they're very much like a part of the community, sharing and whatnot. And you go into, like, their communities and it's nothing but hate and spite towards, like, anyone or everyone that interacts. And it's weird to see that dynamic, and it's weird to see that sometimes you have individuals who might lurk on your Discord and they just lurk to hate. They don't lurk because they want to be a part of it and want to grow or want to evolve. So it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. But through this, because, man, we're hitting on deep topics today. Deep topics with SB. How dare you be so cute, SB? Oh, I know. That smile, man, that damn smile. So my next question for you is, where are we heading from here?
Well, I can't tell you everything there, Ed. I mean, maybe I can leave you some breadcrumbs.
Sure. Give me a little bit of a breadcrumb here.
I'll ask you a question just to let you ponder on it. Do you think sulfate's enough to fix Rudy? Or do you think he needs a little bit more of a kick?
Hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, no. Hold on. Question for you. I can't, because that's a spoiler. Will Rudy relapse? That's a spoiler as well, I guess. But whatever, fuck it. It's about
I do have an answer to that, but you're gonna hate the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
It's to do with the rat. It really does. To do with the rat. It was funny because last week you were talking about how you think the rat's a metaphor. It's not. It's physically a rat. So I'll give you that little extra hint. That rat is really pivotal. I don't think you understand just how mind-breaking that rat is. That rat changes everything. It changes the very way Rudy sees reality.
Let me ask you.
I would say about 30% of the questions you've asked easily have something to do with the rat.
That's interesting. I was crying after seeing the rat. Turning Point rat. Oh, God. So my question, then follow-up question for you is this. Are we going to save Zenith? Is that what we're leading to? Because that's the original goal, right?
Let's say they can save Zenith. Do you think the outcome's going to be what they desire?
Hold on. I want you to do something for me. Can you say Zenith, Paul, Lilia, Roxy? Just go down a list of names, like 5 names.
Lilia, Zenith, Paul, Ellen Elise, Rudy.
Okay, go back. Say it one more time.
I'm panicking. I'm like, what the fuck is doing? He's psychoanalyzing me and I don't know how. Rudy, Ellen Elise, Paul, Zenith, Lilia.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to say 3 more, just for my sake. Roxy, Rugius or Rugerd, and Rudy. I guess you said Rudy, right? So just those 2.
So Roxy, Rugerd, Eris. I'll throw in Eris there for a bit of fun.
You're doing something with your voice when it comes to 2 particular names. And it's such a small level that like it's extended almost to the point where I'm curious
Which
on
of the names?
your face. Chat, I want you guys to hear it. Say it one more time. Let's see if chat can pick up on it. That way they know it's not just me being crazy about it. Look at his body language as well.
I don't know what he's doing. He's getting me back to the rat. Zenith, Paul, Lilia, Rudy, Ellen Elise.
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes.
Roxy, Rigid.
It's interesting. SB, he's bluffing to make you nervous. No, I'm not actually. Because he does something where, like, even his tonality is a pull up. He's saying all the other names like that, right? And then there's 1 or 2 names where he pulls up the inflection just a little bit, and he tenses up just a little bit, which for me it's making me question. And I do kind of want to zone in. I'm not hearing it or seeing it. Masha, you heard it? Okay, I'm glad.
I want to know what names they are.
I'm gonna let bring you down to 3 names. You ready? Just to make sure that I can hear this right. Zenith, Paul, and Roxy. You do something with your inflection that pulls it up, which is amazing. Like confirmation bias.
Roxy, Paul, Zenith.
Oh, you're such an entertaining man. Oh, I don't know where you're going with this. I feel like now you're purposely trying to throw off your infliction. I'm done. He does something with his eyebrows at least. Yeah. Oh, I love you, SP. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. So I guess I got to ask you this. Oh man, you have my brain fucking swirling. It's in zoot zoot mode. It's like zoom. Okay.
I guess a way to get you back for that, if you thought you cried at this episode, you're gonna bawl your eyes out like a little child next call.
Oh no. Oh no.
You're gonna know what true heartbreak is. Betrayal, heartbreak.
What is the biggest loss, or one of the biggest loss that we as humans have to go through? In your perspective.
I mean, the biggest loss would be death.
Death of what? Is Zenith gonna make it out alive? Bro, you have me on the fucking edge of my seat here, because I'm looking at you and I'm like, wait a minute, heartbreak, crying, betrayal. I gotta ask you, is the loss of a kid? Yeah, absolutely, Jesus. Oh, SB, you have me on the tips of my fucking toes here. Like, actually, not really. Terror management theory is giving meaning towards the end of life, as opposed to what, like, you know, what does loss mean in that regard. Well, at the same time, what do you do to motivate that? Like, how does death motivate you in that regard? Which is interesting altogether. So yeah, I don't even know where you're heading with this. I'm just excited because I'm putting things together just from like your answers so far and the little hits that you've thrown, that I'm like, I wonder, are we gonna head in this direction, SP? You always have me at the edge of my fucking seat. Okay. How do I frame this next? How do I frame this? Oh my god. I think I have it, but okay, I think. I knew it. Ed is reaching. No, Riddler. Actually, I'm not. There's, if you ever take I suggest people take nonverbal cues or body language classes. Great way of picking up on just subtle clues that the human body does. Oh, and it's habitual. It's not like you can just pick up the thing immediately. It's like you got to know a person for a little bit to be able to pick up on certain cues and certain instances, which SB fucked me over with the rat. Now I'm going to fuck him over with like just inputting little body language implements into it. Like, we stepping up our game, boy. All right, next one.
We really are getting quite sophisticated in this manipulation game of cat and mouse.
They said jugando poker. Actually, I do quite well at poker. Okay, my next question for you is this. Do you feel... Okay, okay. Good question. Does Ruijerd end up with the partner at some point in time? My man deserves happiness. I'm sorry.
Do you think he would possibly hook up Riv if he found someone? Like anyone that you know currently in the story?
That's a good question. Is who would he be into? Ghislaine is like Dami Mommy, but like, would he be into like... Hold on. Who would he be into? SB, you have my mind fucking swirling. I don't know. Because it's not like he could like wait like 10 years or whatever, or 3 years, or actually, is it Heiress of Age? Wouldn't she be of age at this point in time? Or she's already of age when she left Rudy, right? It's not like he would see her. Yeah, that's why I'm... Go ahead.
But Aerith left at the end of season 1 very much in love with Rudy.
Right.
So you think she's just going to move on and hook up with someone else?
I mean, Rudy's already doing it. No. Or maybe about to, but the way that it's being framed, maybe. I guess my question is, I guess if I were to ask you this, if he does end up with someone, are they currently like Rudy's age and older?
There's a long story ahead with many characters of many different age brackets.
Oh no!
Rudy is a very old and wise person that has a long journey yet ahead of him.
No, the way
age is just a construct. I just triggered half the internet.
You really just did. I'm like, they're either a demi-human, a beast person, or they're really young with that answer you just gave me. I don't know, man. I don't know. You got something going on. Where are you taking me, brother? Where are you taking me? Oh no. Okay, I guess next question for you then. If we're swirling through this. Remember this? Oh yeah, remember this conversation with Espy. It's bound to pop up in the future where I'm gonna be like, it was a fucking rat, and what the fuck? Okay. Well, yeah, and Elise and Cliff are a thing, but Cliff is of age.
That's what I mean.
There's foreshadowing in season 1. Apparently.
Chat. Shut up. I gave too much away. Now chat's filling in the gaps.
Chat behave. Okay. Following up with this. Is there a parataxic distortion that is formed between Rudius's siblings or his sisters and him? Like, do you feel like they're like it? This distortion that is formed, like they might put Rudy on a pedestal, and like it devolves off of this.
Do you think the two sisters get along?
That's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't know.
Because you got to remember, one is from Lilia, the other one's from Zenith. One's a maid, one's the wife. It's an interesting relationship, and also Lilia has a bit of a complex when it comes to Rudy now because she kind of feels indebted to Rudy ever since that situation with the cheating.
Okay. If this is gonna, continue to grow, especially for, what is it, Norn? Forgot her name.
Norn
and
should think about Aisha.
Yeah, Norn and Aisha. Do you think is Aisha's distortion on Rudy healthy, or is it like an Oni-chan ooh type of thing, or like I'm gonna do anything for him? Because I have a weird thing, like if this pedestal work keeps growing and this parataxic distortion keeps growing, I'm like, to what extent would she take this relationship then? Oh,
You'll find out about that in a very long time.
Stop.
But you got to realize from season 1, Norn doesn't like Rudy. Aisha likes Rudy. So they're very polar opposites of how they see Rudy. But then I've also got to ask the question, how would Zenith and Paul treated Norn once Rudy left and she grew up a little bit, knowing the success that Rudy was?
Here's what I'm afraid of, and I guess I'll answer your question with the question. Rudy's stories are grandiose in aspects, right? He traveled the demon continent with this group. He became friends with the Superd. He became Quagmire. He has done so many things, right? He has done so many big aspects of things that are. Oh well, we have a little bit of an ad break. Well, okay, we'll give them a couple minutes, and then we'll come back to it. Remind me of this question, because I do have a question I need to ask you. But for those of you guys that are they back? Oh God, I don't even know. I don't even know if they.
No, I've still got the ad going because it's the Aquaman ad.
Oh, but I guess the ones that are subbed should be able to hear this. My question then becomes this. He was Quagmire, his reputation has kept growing and whatnot. To what extent, as a kid, specifically, wouldn't you start to idolize those that came on your journey with you as well? Wouldn't that put a weird power level or distinction on those in your journey, like your stories of your journey and stuff?
So what do you mean by that? Like,
for example, say that they find out more about Rudy and his journeys and whatnot, and how great of a person he was, and all of these things. Yes, there might be feelings of I'm never going to be good enough, or I'm not going to reach those standards. We'll qualify those in a way. We'll talk about them in just a second, right? But specifically, what I'm touching on is after that fact, after hearing like the stories of Ruijerd and Eris and Soldat and all of these characters. I'm gonna use Ruijerd as an example for this one. Wouldn't you put Ruijerd just above other normal people in everyday interactions? Because they traveled with Rudius. Because all of a sudden they were involved in this story. They were a prime element that got like Rudy to help. They would like, or Eris, or all of these people. Wouldn't they go ahead and highlight them in that manner as well, where parataxic distortions are formed on them as well?
That's very possible. Rigid's much more gentler as well, so I feel like Rigid's a lot more easier to approach if you don't know he's a serpent.
This is a supposed scenario, chat. For those of you that just came in, it's a suppose, right? Like this became public knowledge, or they find out about the travels. Wouldn't that cause that? But aside from him, you also have other individuals that they've traveled with, and I feel like there would be some sort of esteem, right? Like at least a form of esteem. Like I think highly of this person because they helped out my family when no one else did.
It's hard to really say anything without giving too much away.
Fuck.
Because Rigid's a fascinating character.
Okay.
And I mean, he's kind of on his own journey right now. But I mean, what's to say he doesn't return for different reasons?
Okay.
If he's requested or needed help for, he's someone that probably would come at a moment's notice to help Rudy if Rudy needed.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask a side question then. How do you feel about Paul and Rudy's relationship going forward? Do you feel like there are going to be moments of retouch, maybe a season 3 where they're connecting and they're growing and the Sylphie's there's that opportunity for growth? Like, how do you feel about just their interactions now that Rudy is an adult?
I think Rudy's always seen Paul as like friend, like a older or kind of like a friend, rather than a father figure. And that's just because of Rudy's past life. It's kind of hard for him to grow an attachment to his new family because of the fact that he has his past family. So he's always kind of treated his current family more like an attachment rather than the core aspect of him. But I still feel like he does care deeply about them, which is why, of course, that he's still, even though he's dealing with other issues, he still is somewhat looking for Zenith by doing research into the Mana disaster. But as far as their relationship goes, it's one of those where it's like, when will they reunite and under what circumstances? And I'm sure you could probably guess maybe what some of those circumstances might entail. Just based on, of course, what's already been portrayed in the story. Because now, Paul's looking for Zenith.
Are we getting the search for Zenith this coming core, or is it going to be season 3?
I can't tell you that.
Oh, no.
That'd be too much fun.
Because here's the thing. You usually phrase it by you'll see it later on, way later on, especially when it comes to some of these relationships. And you've not said this for like so certain things, and it's making me wonder, where are we heading? Like, I'm scared. Where are we heading?
It's like you refer to little things that I say and the subtle little changes in the tone, the eye contact. And now you're looking at the way I phrase things as well.
I know.
I have to refer to my default. It's the right question to ask.
Yeah, because I'm like looking at you and I'm like, you stepped up your game last week, right? So I feel like I've had to step up my game as well and just like be like, okay, we're turning on the notch a little bit. Like SB stepped up his game, so I have to step up my game of analysis here because okay. I think we'll let that one drop. So then my next question is this: do you feel like, I guess, what are your thoughts about, or how do you think Paul feels about himself, especially not being able to get to Senate so far? Like, do you feel as though that might, like, that's already a crushing weight on him, right? So adding everything into that, do you feel as though he's wasting time, or like he might feel that way in that regard?
I think he'd probably feel like a bit like a failure. Like he'd probably feel like he's holding himself and others back. It also depends on who he's got with him as well. I mean, of course, he's got Lilia and Aisha with him, and then Norn as well. So he's got to kind of act in a certain way to kind of, you know, show that he's responsible, mature, especially around his two kids. But I think there's definitely that situation that he probably feels like he's struggling to keep up with, trying to find Zenith. But then you've also got to remember Roxy knows where Zenith is, so now Roxy's trying to get to Paul, and then Elise is gone to Rudy. So the question comes down to, will Paul need more help, or will it be enough, or will something happen, and so what happens?
Wait.
And if things were to change in circumstances, what would Paul do? Would he request help from adventurers? Would he look outside? Would he try something more extreme? Or would he maybe try and ask for Ellen and Elise's help? Even though their relationship isn't exactly perfect either.
My mind is spiraling. My mind's fucking spiraling. Because you're right, Roxy is coming. She knows the location from Kishirika, right? Or she found the location through the eye thing, right? Season 1, was it?
Yes.
She's heading
Keisha, I think. I can't remember her name exactly.
She's heading to Paul. Rudy just is getting his BP fixed, if we're being honest about it. He's getting a soldier to stand tall. So wouldn't this just be a mashup of things? Like, if Roxy's able to join Paul in the coming season, to like, that's where the grand adventure is heading? Like, my mind's already like, okay, like, how is this setting up for what may come? And it's interesting. You have me at the edge of my seat here, but you also have me scared, because you brought up a lot of interesting questions throughout our past time together, and I'm like, ooh. How long is this relationship with Sylphie gonna last if they end up together? That's my first question. See, now you're making me doubt that this relationship might even be stable. That's your line of questioning, and what it's gotten me to, SB.
Well, how stable is it going to be if they get together and then Rudy has to ditch her to go do something else important?
Oh. You have me like questioning my life here. Hold on. How do I ask this? Are there any people in this world aside from Kishirika that might be seers or psychic or have any abilities in that regard? Like, what are they called? Like the shrine, like people that like talk to gods, like the shrine maidens, or in our things would be like in saints. There you go.
I mean, there's a lot of exceptionally powerful and talented people out there. It just depends on what kind of powers you're looking for. I mean, technically, Xanaba is a gifted.
Yeah, he's a gifted. But my question comes into, what does the Church of Melis or, you know, the kingdoms believe in? What are their god? What god do they pray to? You got me going through like literally like a whole different avenue here. Hold on.
St. Millis believes in, yes, St. Millis. I mean, the whole thing with St. Millis is about purity and all that kind of stuff. Because, I mean, Cliff is someone that follows the preaching of St. Millis. So, and then you've also got Zenith as well. Zenith is someone that was brought up with the religion of St. Millis as well, which is why she was always believed on that principle of loyalty, which was why she was extremely upset with Paul when he cheated. But not everyone believes in the preachings of St. Millis, so there are those that believe in it and those that don't believe in it, and I'm sure there's some conflicting interests between different parties.
So, do you know more about that religion specifically? Because now you have me curious. I'm like, you have me beyond curious.
There's some interesting stuff about the church, but as far as anything grandiose, it depends on what you refer to as grandiose. I mean, there's some interesting characters with some interesting gifts and some interesting backstories, but I wouldn't say anything on a grand scale.
Can anyone be a saint in this religion, or speak to Saint Millis? I guess if they're really like showcasing whoever Millis is. I'm really sorry. The reason why I'm questioning this is I'm really curious about what the difference between Hitogami is, the god of the humans, right, and all these other religions that are around, and how they don't interact with, I guess, him, or I haven't seen anyone really like highlight him.
Yeah, because there's kind of those that there's the gods themselves, or the I would say I'll just refer them as like divine entities that are extremely powerful, have abilities of different magnitude, and then there are just kind of religious groups that are more based on faith itself. But the thing is, the man god isn't exactly a well-known religion type thing. It's more of a small little cult that he recruits.
But yeah, he's powerful enough to shape the world. That's terrifying. That is absolutely fucking terrifying.
I mean, when you think about like how small his following is and how he is able to shape things in such a way, it does show that he's able to do some pretty insane things.
Man, you literally have me like on the edge of my seat here. I'm just processing all of this information because I'm like, where might this? Wait, didn't you say Zenith was a part of that religion?
Yeah, she was brought up with the Millis Church because her mother and everything. And that's not spoiler content because that's referred to in the earlier chapters as well, or the earlier episodes.
And she's
part of the Millis Church.
Was she cut out of her family or something?
it's part of the extra chapters where it goes into her backstory. So this isn't spoiler content. This is just cut content of extra chapters. But she basically ran away from home. Pretty much the same as Paul. It's referred in the extra chapters earlier on because she talks about it. But there's a lot more in depth later on in the light novels.
Yeah,
some of the more intertwining components of her family issues and why, but it just mentions it in the early stages that she ran away from home and became an adventurer.
That's what I'm like. I know I've read this chapter earlier, but like all the information wasn't coming through. It was like an extra chapter that we read.
There's a lot of extra chapters that info dump quite heavily, especially about Paul, Zenith, and even Lilia as well.
But through that, this highlights something, which is, will we ever see either Rudy or Paul or the other kids approach either side of the family? Which is approach Zenith's side of the family, which might be like, you know, that whole thing. Maybe ask for help, or maybe try and garner some sort of support, or are we just gonna stick to this one storyline of like what's coming through?
I think as the story goes on, you will see many, many intertwining strings combined when it comes to other parties. Because, I mean, the story is not scared of having other things going on. Like, you've got Ariel and her political struggles going on with Luke and Fitz and how she's trying to deal with her issues. And clearly that's something that will evolve over time.
Right.
Because Ariel's whole objective from the end of season 1 and season 2 is to recruit those that are talented, and her hopes is to recruit Rudy. I mean, she established that in the earlier stages of the episode. Then you've also got Rudy's issues going on. You've got other characters that are a mystery, like trying to remember how I say his name because I can't pronounce it to save myself. Baghetti, as I pronounce it incorrectly. He's got his own issues going on, or things like he's just a mystery in itself. Like he's clearly got something going on and what that involves. And then you've also got like Paul.
Right.
He's doing his own thing with Rudy doing, yes, some connection there, but he's also dealing with his ED as well. Trying to think of all the different strings because there is quite a lot of little things going on in the story.
Right.
Minor characters, major characters, spaghetti. Whether that involves other characters that get introduced, I mean, it is a very big world, so obviously there'll be many other new characters. And as far as Xena's family being introduced, or the Miller's Church, or something like that in some capacity, it's very highly probable. I mean, you just look at like Paul's family. I mean, that constantly gets brought up as well. I mean, it was only in this episode where Rudy had to refer to his family and saying how he disowned or separated himself, because there's always that fear of Rudy using his name as leverage to try and gain power.
Right.
So there's never a point in the story where something's dead. That's the best way I'd put it. Is like if there's something in the story that you think's like it could happen, high probability it will happen. It's just when. Because even though we're up to volume 9, there is still 26 volumes in total. So there's still a lot of story.
Oh, I'm excited, man. I'm so fucking thrilled. Like, oof. So, SP, any final thoughts here? Because I do have to get to my final in a little bit. But I do want to say, do you feel like I put the heat on you this week? Got you a little bit in the corner this week.
You're reading too much of my body language. You're looking for subtle clues, especially after the rat.
After the
That's the thing. The rats could take a long time to pay off. That's at least 2.5 years to pay off.
Oh gosh.
I worked out it's roughly around 2.5 years, because then we've got this episode, because we've got one more episode and then 6 months, and then that's going to be killing, because they did cut some content from this episode, but it wasn't anything major, which was just to do with Rudy with the clouds. Ariel recruits a bunch of magicians. They kind of refer to it in the light novels that she recruited a bunch of magicians and she had to recruit a bunch because Rudy overpowers them. And it actually does say in the light novels that he does start to actually break the clouds apart. And then that's when Sylphia panics and then she has to use the staff. That's why she wanted the staff, because the staff makes Rudy stronger. So she takes the staff and tries to use it to empower herself. But her mana pool is extremely small compared to his, so...
Yeah.
That's why he's puzzled by it, because to him, he's like, oh, this is an easy problem. But he even notes in that later part of the episode, he's like, something doesn't seem right. Those clouds came too quickly, rather than being like a natural
formation
storm. So So he kind of twigged there was something going on, but he kind of played along because, well, it's Fitz, and he wanted to help Fitz.
Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. I was gonna say, I actually liked this episode a lot. I thought it was so cute. It was a big payoff. All the dominoes started falling down. I liked it. I thought it was nice, and I thought even when like with the clouds, like that's sort of what it made me realize. Fitz was out of breath after like holding the staff and doing it once. And meanwhile, we see Rudy just do this like nonchalantly whenever he wants without issue, and it's wild to see the monopole that they have. Like one versus the other, in how much Rudy is a threat. Rudy is a walking tank,
I would compare her mana pool is like, say, like a cup.
Sure.
His is like an Olympic pool.
Oh.
There's a big difference between his mana pool and her mana pool. There's a wide gap.
Right. And hers is already higher than average, right? In this world?
I would say so, yeah.
Wow. That's shocking to say the least. But I will say this, SB, I've had a fun time. We have one more episode of Mushoku Tensei. Are you excited, man? I'm excited before this core is done.
I'm really excited, but I'm also sad because it will be the final episode for this, and I've really been loving Mushoku Tensei every week. It's so much fun, especially between like watching them, making the videos, and then doing the streams as well, just because of all the fun, interesting stuff that always comes up. And I mean, even with the drama, it's still funny to kind of dissect the drama and kind of critique the drama itself and some of the takes that I don't particularly agree with. And it does make me think, even if they are, in my opinion, bad takes, it does make me still ponder and wonder about why people think that way and how we can show reason and logic to some of those issues that I think that are approached in different angles, especially things like the grooming, ED and all that kind of stuff. And I just think it's a series that does bring up a lot of fun discussions, and that's why I really love it. And it's,
my thing is...
It's been good seeing the reaction as well.
Is I feel like every week it's been a learning opportunity with you. Like every week that we've been here, we've gone in deep, we've gone in like in different varieties, and I feel like I've learned a lot. Chat like learns a lot and laughs a lot and grows a lot. And there are people that like genuinely come in and they stick through all the way through like the discussion portion because they want to see this back and forth match that we're putting up here.
I'm impressed with the 157 people watching. It's like clearly people find the tennis match quite interesting.
But for me, it's like, it's honestly like chatting with one of your best friends, man. It's like, you just come on. It's like a weekly book club type thing, an anime book club where you come on, you have your one show, your one book that you're going through, you're analyzing, you're talking about it, you're going in deep. And I'm so excited for how we're going to go through with this, especially for Eminence. I think that's the next big one, right? Or Frieden, whichever one that we're tackling. Because those are
Frieden, Eminence, and Shield Hero. Those were the three that I'll be definitely really digging into next anime season. So there's actually a lot more. I need those three to replace Mushoku Tensei, because Mushoku Tensei was just such a big thing for me every week. Right. So I'm going to need all three of them to feed my appetite. But Eminence is just stupid fun.
Right.
Shield Hero Season 3 is going to be very, very spicy for fans, if those that have watched Season 1 and 2. But I would say for those that have watched Season 2 that weren't happy, have faith. Season 3's story is much, much, much more interesting. And then Freeland, from what I've heard about it, it's a really interesting concept of what happens if everyone you adventured with basically dies. That's basically the synopsis of it. It's a girl, she's an elf, and she outlives everyone, and then it's kind of the journey from there. So I think that's a really interesting concept, and that's what I love about some animes. Different concepts. Mushoku Tensei does that, Eminence does that, Freeland does that. Shield Hero has an interesting spin to it. It's very power focused. So I'm definitely really looking forward to it.
Well, Eminence in the Shadow has always been a big one. I haven't seen Shield Hero, which chat, you guys should vote for Shield Hero at some point. But Frieren is one that I think we're watching on release day as well. And I am really excited to explore deep themes with it and go in depth. And then if you're available, probably call you in at the end of that react to be able to go in and like have a conversation on it. Because I feel like
I was going to DM you about that, because I was going to say, which days did you want to do, if you wanted to change days or the same day, or if you wanted to continue it. And then, because we can talk about any of those animes, because there's so much probably to talk about. With Eminence, it's just silly, laughing at all the waifus and him doing crazy stuff. But the Freeling one will be pretty deep as well. And then if you do end up watching Shield Hero, there'll be some interesting topics to dive into. I feel like Shield Hero, you'll be able to dissect a lot of the character defects in it. Because I see a lot of people complain about Shield Hero when it comes to... Because there's one main protagonist, but there's 3 other heroes that are with it. And I see a lot of people complain about the other heroes. But I think people need to remember the story is about the 4 cardinal heroes. So as much as you may not like them, they are important to the story. And they are interesting characters. Even the B, as I'll refer to it instead of saying the full name, for sense of reasons, even her and her father, especially her father, are very interesting. So don't knock season 3, guys. Please just give season 3 a try. I understand season 2 was not perfect at the start, but give season 3 a try. I will probably make a video maybe begging people to give season 3 a try, because this next arc is really good, in my opinion. After season 3, there are some issues with the light novels, because I've read most of them, where the writer has a tendency to repeat the same style of storytelling, which I'm not the biggest fan of, where he or she, whoever they are, use some of the similar storytelling techniques. But I do like a lot of the early parts of the story, because there are some interesting developments that happen with all the characters and not just the main protagonist. And there's also a new character being introduced, 2 technically, but one character that I'm really looking forward to. And everyone knows me. I love my dommy mommies.
Oh, is it a dommy mommy?
Of course, if I really like a character, it's clearly a dommy mommy. And trust me, she's fucking hot.
Oh,
and
man.
She's kinky.
Oh, don't get me hyped. Don't get me hyped. Oh,
She likes to drink.
Oh my. Guys, I do want to say I'm fucking hyped though, and hopefully you guys vote for Shield Hero at some point so we can go through it. I do also want to say, hey, happy 1,700 members on Discord. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. It's insane, but we passed the 1,700 mark on Discord. Appreciate you all, and we are actually like we're 25 away from 4,000 here on Twitch. So I love you guys. You guys are the absolute goats. And we're
absolutely killing it, Ed.
No, I just think it's the community that's doing fucking amazing. Like, you guys are fucking great. And also, it's people like USP who, like, come on and, like, you're a big part of the community. You know, everyone loves you, and, you know.
I do think it's interesting, our journey together, because I think in the early stages of when we were doing some streams, people do enjoy from the very early stages, but I feel like people have really warmed up even more to the chemistry between us. Like, at the start, people loved it, but it's just gone from like love to just like excitement and energy every week from the community, and it's amazing, because I read a lot of the comments even in your videos, because I rewatch them and I kind of like note on little parts. There are some parts that I kind of want to clip just for fun, especially little parts where you like lose yourself and tease on Twitter or something.
Oh gosh.
But just seeing the community's reaction to every week, not just on stream, but in the videos, is just so amazing. Like, the community is just, you are beautiful. Like, to every one of you in the community, You are well appreciated. I see your comments. I'm sure Ed sees your comments as well because I see him comment in these videos and everything. We love you all. You're always appreciated, and I love the support from you all because it's just, there's so much beautiful energy. And that's why I love Ed's community. I love my community, and seeing it all come together, it's heartwarming.
Oh, I was going to say, and I hope you noticed that the weeks you weren't here, people were like, where's SP? Where's SP? We need SP. Like, it's all that support and love, man. Like, it's really transformed into, like, yes, there is the anime analysis, anime reaction part at the beginning, but it's also turned into, like, this battle of, like, free friends that are, like, coming together, and we're, like, asking questions and navigating through this field. And I think people just see it as, like, one big, awesome dynamic that is there. And, yeah,
I think even this episode proved that we can talk about stuff that deviates pretty heavily away from Mushoku Tensei as well. It doesn't have to be just Mushoku Tensei to be an interesting discussion.
Right.
We can delve into some pretty interesting, insightful stuff because you have your own interesting knowledge from your experiences and your knowledge that you've acquired for your studies and life experiences. And being 33 years old, I definitely experienced a lot of interesting stuff in my life as well. So we have our own life experiences to throw at each other, and we learn new things, not just from each other, but also chat learns new things, and we learn things from chat as well, from their experiences. So I think the chemistry is just really good.
Yeah.
And the chat clearly loves it. So.
Yeah, chat is something else. They're amazing. With that, though, guys, we will check and see if Nat is back in her place and healthy, because she's been battling with that Rona quite a bit.
I did message her, and she said she should be back into the swing of things. I think it's just being sick, everything catching up with her. So give it a week or so. But I mean, with the new season airing anyway, so maybe give her another week or two, and then Shield Hero will be airing, and she is an expert in Shield Hero as well. So
that's gonna be.
But she hasn't read Eminence. I'm the only one that's read Eminence, but I've only read Volume 3. I'm gonna read Volume 4, but.
That is going to be interesting. I'm going to be poking your brain on Eminence as well. But through that...
Eminence is such a big series to go through. Like, every volume is very thick, and there's a lot of crazy stuff in it.
Oh, is it? Oh. Through that, though, guys, I appreciate y'all being here. Hey, if you guys want to help out the channel, I do have a throne. Any contribution, everything works. I'm trying to get fans for a PC because my PC guy was like, hey, you need a better power supply and stuff because... your power supply is pretty much garbage. I was like, well, thank you. So I have a bunch of stuff in there. Join the Discord, guys. We have a lovely community where SP and I are always in there flirting with one another. You guys can go ahead and join.